3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome to the 2023 NFL Draft. Good to be with you guys. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. We're excited to get this thing underway. Johnny, welcome to the draft. This is one of our collective favorite events of the year. This year is no different. So thanks for being here.
Yeah, as I always say, each and every year, the draft is one of my favorite days of the entire year. 3 days, really. I know the rest of you might check out after tonight, but I'm following it tomorrow. I'm following it on Saturday. Hey, Brock Purdy was drafted Saturday last year. So I love the NFL draft. Every team gets better. It's one of those rare sports events where almost every team is feeling better about themselves. Everybody's optimistic. There's just not a whole lot of things like it. You're seeing people's dreams come true and all of their hard work coming to fruition. So it's hard not to it's hard to be cynical about that. And so I absolutely love the draft. I'm excited. This is our third inaugural, if you will, Aaron.
Right.
This is easily out of the three, the toughest time I've had at the top of the draft. So I'm super intrigued for the whole thing as always, but more so than ever, even with the quarterbacks in the top 10 and we have all of these pass rushers. Where are they going to go? I'm really excited.
Yeah, we'll get into all of that and more because, again, Johnny and I are going to be here the entire first round, so we'll be streaming for like 4 hours. We'll see if my voice holds up. I've been kind of sick this week, so hoping that it does. If not, it'll just be the Johnny show. But for those of you joining us on YouTube, I want to say thank you for joining us. We love to get your feedback during tonight, too. That's kind of the whole purpose of this show, is to just hang out and talk about the draft and hear who you want your team to draft and all that. So we'll have several guests on throughout the night as well. We're going to have a merch giveaway going. Actually, the merch giveaway is technically going on right now. I think there's a link in the chat right now on YouTube. I'll post that here again in just a bit, but you can win one of our merch items. We'll probably announce the winner of that probably around like 9:30 or so. But that's the plan there. So guests, giveaways, and we're going to do our best. I've got like 12 pages of notes in front of me as we go through these different picks, because you get a wide variety of teams in different situations. Like right off the bat, we'll talk about it because this is the first pick. We always have to kill some time, right? Because I think we all have a general understanding it's going to be Bryce Young, the quarterback from Alabama, that goes first overall to the Carolina Panthers. But of course, in traditional drama and ESPN and whatnot, we're going to draw it out as long as humanly possible. So we know that Bryce Young's probably going there. But let's talk a minute just about Carolina, because this is a team that finished, around 7-10 was their record. Yeah, 7-10 in a very bad division. So it's not like this is
after what, 6 games, Aaron?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And they were still in the divisional race until like 2 games left.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So it's a weird kind of deal. But let's take a look at for those of you on YouTube, we're trying some new technology out, so bear with us as we work through some of this. But here's kind of a team preview of what Carolina did. Again, 7-10, kind of mediocre on both sides of the ball. But again, they traded Chicago for that number 1 overall pick. What do you make of this Panthers team? Can Bryce Young, again, assuming he gets drafted there, can he make an impact on day one? Like, are these guys contenders in the division just because it's that bad?
Well, let's look at the division. Let's just start with the division. Tampa's in a complete rebuild and overhaul. I know they're picking tonight, technically. At least we think they're picking tonight.
Right.
I would expect that they are trying as hard as they possibly can to trade down and out of that pick. They're going to be in a complete overhaul. They're looking to acquire as many draft assets as possible tonight, because they have to redo everything. Post-Brady era, it was worth it. You won a Super Bowl. Congratulations. But much like the Rams, this is what happens. Blow it up and go again. So Tampa's not remotely in that. Atlanta will be interesting to see what they do tonight. Are they going to ride it out with Desmond Ridder? Are they going to swing for a quarterback that might be available tonight? Maybe Anthony Richardson, maybe Will Levis is available there for them at 8. But right now, the class of the division is easily the Saints with Derek Carr. uh,
Yeah.
acquiring him in free agency this year. They've always had the best defense in that division. They still will. They have the most veterans on that team, led by Cam Jordan. That is easily the best team in the division. But Carolina has a lot of great young talent on that defense left from Matt Rule. I believe that team has more there than people think about. And that was shown really last year towards the end, that they didn't fall off a cliff even after firing their coach. So I think Bryce Young comes in. I'm not worried about Bryce Young right off the bat. I'm not even worried about him first 2-3 years, really. I'm worried about his longevity. As we've talked a ton about his size, I hate talking about that because there's nothing Bryce can do about that. Like, it feels almost mean to continually bring up an issue that there's nothing that a player can do to fix, but he can't. He's 5'10" on a good day. We see what that's happening to quarterbacks. Tua's not short, but Tua's light and lanky, and the dude can't protect himself when he gets thrown around in the pocket. Kyler Murray, brilliant when he's first coming into the league, but towards the end of each season, he's always hurt, and he's not there for his team. I don't have any character issues with Bryce.
No.
Oh my gosh, if you watch any Alabama game in the last 2 years, that dude's a magician. He knows how to evade without feeling like he needs to go run for 80 yards for a touchdown, which is why I give him a chance to survive that. If he's evading just to get out of the pocket to throw the ball, he cannot be a runner. He can't. He's too short. He's too light. But the NFC South is poor. The NFC as a whole is very poor. It got even poorer this week with Aaron Rodgers leaving.
Yeah.
And with Lamar Jackson re-signing with the Ravens today, that was a wild card that you thought maybe he might go to one of those NFC teams. Well, no, he's staying in the AFC. So to answer your question, that was a very long answer. Yes, day one, absolutely. Now they have to address the O-line, and he has no one to throw to right now.
Correct.
Which is probably the biggest issue that they have. But I think it's just so poor that he absolutely can make a splash immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. Danielle says this venue is sweet in Kansas City. Yeah, I agree. They've got that place packed out. There's fountains. There's all kinds of fun stuff going on there. They've got Travis Kelce and shades now, and Patrick Mahomes carrying around the Super Bowl trophies. Not to rub it in, Johnny. But anyways, also we got a Raiders fan hanging out with us. Says goodbye, Carr. Sad face. Yes, I understand that there's probably some emotions there. The long time quarterback there. Daniel says, Travis, the joy of my TikTok feed. I'm glad to hear it. It's a good podcast.
He seems like a cool dude.
He does. Yeah. Good podcast between the Kelce brothers for sure. Mike's in chat as well saying draft time, boys. You know it is. You know it is draft time. We love it. One thing I did not mention at the top, you can see kind of above us, we have little boxes with a number that both says 0. Johnny and I both did mock drafts. We will see who gets, we have a point system for this, right? We both did mock drafts. The goal obviously is to have the better mock draft. And how points are working is you get 1 point if you pick the correct player to the correct team, regardless of what pick number. You also get a point if you assign the correct pick number to the player. So, for example, both Johnny and I have Bryce Young going to the Panthers at 1 overall. If that happens, when that happens, we'll both get 2 points because we got both the team and the pick number correct. I don't know if we've officially established a bet. We've always done the bet. The last 2 years is the loser bought the winner canned Gatorade. Johnny and I got sick this week, so I didn't get to actually deliver the canned Gatorade to you, but it is sitting right here. And for those of you in chat, yes, canned Gatorade. It's a thing. It's one of
best.
Johnny's childhood favorites. So that's here. I literally have a pack of 24 because that is the smallest amount I could buy on Amazon. So
if you went to public school in the 2000s, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Curtis, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us. He says, hey, I'm here. Please, CJ Stroud to the Colts. I would love that.
That's what I got, Curtis. I've got
Will Levis because I have no faith in that franchise to do anything right, but I hope I'm wrong.
To be clear, our mock drafts are not what we think they should do.
Yes.
They are me and Aaron trying to predict correctly what will happen.
Correct.
So I think Aaron and I would both have vastly different picks if
Yeah.
this was us saying what should happen, or especially if I were choosing what I hope happens. If it was what I hope would happen, I would love to see CJ Stroud go to the Carolina Panthers and out
Yeah.
of the AFC picture. But
Well, and that brings up
it's
an
highly
interesting
unlikely.
point because not to read too much into the tea leaves, but it sounds like if you pay attention to some reports, the coaching staff sounds like they might actually prefer CJ Stroud. It doesn't sound like they're going to be able to make that decision. Sounds like it's going to be Bryce Young, but that's an interesting little tidbit here as the Panthers are officially on the clock here. We got 8 minutes
Throw
until.
us all off. I would love that.
I mean, I the, there has to be some teams throwing us off, right? Because
Yeah.
depending on what mock you look at, or just thinking through the process, could you see 4 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't think it's insane to think. Don't think it's likely.
Assuming Arizona trades.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. And Houston actually drafts a quarterback. We'll talk about that here shortly when we get into our conversation about the Houston Texans. But anyways, yeah. So for those on YouTube, again, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Excited to hang out with you tonight. Again, a giveaway is going on right now. Let me see if I can get this thing to work. 1 second.
Also, for all you on YouTube, at some point, our podcast mascot will make his appearance.
Yeah.
He'll choose when that happens. Currently, he's chewing on the laces of the football that I kind of gave to him because he found it and started tearing up the laces. So it's his now. But he realizes it's draft time. There he is. He's making his appearance.
Amazing.
His presence known.
Yeah.
So he'll be in here. Aaron, you have any NFL draft traditions? Anything you like to eat? Anything you like to do during draft time?
I really don't. The last 2 years, the tradition has been just lose to you in the mock draft competition. So I'm trying not
like
to make
that
that a tradition, but it's very possible since usually, I'll just be real with you guys. This is usually what happens. I design all the like fun graphics on the stream and all that, and that takes some time to put together. And that gives Johnny an opportunity to actually do some research on his picks and beat me. So I'm using that as an excuse. It's not because I'm a worse picker. Certainly not. We'll see.
I also start these mocks in like January.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you deserve it. You put in a lot of work in. You're kind of the name behind all of our mock drafts on our Instagram.
I like your
account as
chance
well,
this
so.
year, though, Aaron. I really do.
We'll see.
I looked at your mock, and I'll tell everybody right. The whole Houston thing's really threw off my draft.
Yeah.
My mock this year, and Houston could, if this was a different organization, I would assume that they were probably just trying to throw us off. But also, what is the purpose of them trying to throw us off? Like Bryce
Right.
Young's pretty much known as the number one pick. So it doesn't really matter unless you're trying to trade down. But I don't also understand why they'd be trying to trade down when you already have the number 12 pick. So I think Houston's one of the worst run organizations in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying so.
No, you were not.
And so therefore, I have a hard time believing that they're actually capable of throwing up a proper smoke screen. So I think this is legit. I think they're actually going to be really stupid. This is no dig on Will Anderson Jr., who I have them taking second overall. He's well worth the number 2 overall pick. But you don't have a quarterback. And there is a really, really great, productive, accurate, steady quarterback available for you. And you don't want to take him. So that
So
really
it
threw
appears.
off.
Yeah.
There was a huge domino effect in my mock draft when I had to make that alteration. Because honestly, and I even appreciated the mock drafts that do have Bryce and CJ going 1-2. Because after that, I actually think if that were the case, this is very clean.
Mhm.
Like it could actually be a very clean draft with not a lot of drama in the top 10. But it all comes down in a strange way to Houston. Aaron and I also didn't predict any trades in our mocks. We know there will be, but we just don't, as a general rule, we just don't throw in trades because that's completely a shot in the dark. So
we'll talk about it more when Detroit's on the clock. Again, obviously rooting for my Lions, but I'm kind of rooting for Houston to take a quarterback. Not that I don't want CJ Stroud to just fall into our laps, But the Lions, and I'm probably speaking for other teams in this range as well. If quarterbacks go, maybe not 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't know, maybe 1, 2, skip 1, 3, 4, like within 5, suddenly the Lions have like your choice of kind of whoever, like whether it's a cornerback, maybe you have that anyways. It's a deep cornerback class. But yeah, maybe a Will Anderson or a Jalen Carter, depending on your risk, how much you want to risk in terms of his off the field. But certainly the talent is there. He might be the best prospect in the draft. Actually, by a lot of metrics, he is the best prospect in the draft, just by nature of his play on the field, his sheer athleticism, all that. But again, yeah, I mean, if Houston doesn't take a quarterback, that's one less defensive player. You know, if Seattle, for example, they don't trade out or something like that, you know, then that's one less player available for a team like the Lions or a team looking for defense in the early rounds. Because again, it is a relatively deep defensive draft. You have those 4 quarterbacks, but anyways.
No, I think that's really the nature of this draft. There's not really a lot of blue chip players, if you will. Not a ton of just obvious, blatant,
right?
Easily top 10, not arguable players in this draft. There's a lot of really solid depth. And you're right, Aaron, especially if the quarterbacks go like that. I mean, I have Christian Gonzalez, who's my top cornerback, going to the Lions at 6. I think there's a great opportunity for them. And especially with Jeff Okudah going in the offseason.
Yep.
I would be very surprised if one of the first round picks for the Lions is not a corner or at least someone in the secondary. Oh, yeah. They also, they have a ton of problems on that defense. I'm expecting, you tell me what you're expecting because you're a Lions fan, but my expectation is both picks are on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, that's what I actually have both. We'll get into it a little bit more later, but I've also have a cornerback. I've got a different one because I think the Lions may favor one over the other just because of Dan Campbell. But I've got a cornerback, and then I have a safety with their second pick. Like I'm going not only double defense, I'm going double secondary, which I think is a big need. Again, depends on who's available.
Screw the run defense.
Well, I mean, I need some help too, but there's at least some young talent. I mean, you've got Aiden Hutchinson, runner-up for Rookie of the Year on the defensive end. You drafted really well. Malcolm Rodriguez had a great year. James Houston, who was like a 5th or 6th round pick, was really good as well. The pick is in for the Panthers.
Just got off the phone with whoever their pick is. So
yeah, we'll see. By the way,
the camera's not showing who it is.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have a wall of hats to choose from. It's pretty sweet. And it is Bryce Young. So no surprise there. I'll give a couple points to both me and Johnny for getting that correct. We'll see if that pops up correctly on the stream. So Bryce Young, no surprise. Johnny, what are the Panthers getting in Bryce Young? I know you mentioned it at the top, but now that this is official and you see CJ Stroud and Bryce Young shaking hands, what are the Panthers getting here in Bryce Young? First pick of the 2023 draft.
They're getting a point guard. They're getting a playmaker, an excellent distributor of the ball, a guy who can make things happen out of nothing. This guy, again, this is going to sound strange talking about an Alabama football team that's really dominated the sport over the last decade at least, if not. So go back and watch the Tennessee game. Go back and watch the LSU game. The 2 games that they lost, that man single-handedly dragged that Alabama Crimson Tide kicking and screaming to near wins at the end of those games. And if he had any semblance of help on those teams, Alabama might have been hoisting another national championship trophy this year. He was that good. He's an absolute outstanding talent. He might have been up there and won the Heisman Trophy this year if he hadn't won it the year before.
Yep.
That's a whole nother discussion of how they, just don't like to give it out twice to players. But he was easily, in my opinion, the best quarterback on the field again this year in college football. He's absolutely outstanding. Main thing to be concerned about, we talked about it before, is size and just him trying to do too much at times. Just being able to throw the ball away. That was when he threw that costly interception against LSU in the end zone. Came back to bite him, potentially cost them the victory in that game. He'll learn that. I'm just interested to see now, what does Carolina do to surround him with pieces, especially giving up DJ Moore and some of those other players in that trade, other picks to Chicago in that trade.
Yeah, you talked about it a little bit, but he's always just level set. Doesn't get too, doesn't get overly high in the good times and doesn't get overly low in the low times. You wouldn't really know. He's right there. He's consistent. He's a great leader. I mean, this is great for the Panthers. Yeah, personally, as a Buckeye fan, would I have liked to see CJ Stroud go number one just because, hey, CJ Stroud's going number one. That's awesome. Yeah. But I think if you're the Panthers sitting in this situation, you made the move. It's, in my opinion, it's kind of a win-win in terms of, your options here. I don't think it was a bad option between Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. I do wonder, Carolina made this big move, right? They trade up to Chicago. They surrender their second round pick this year as well as some other stuff. But it seemed like they were undecided on which quarterback they wanted to take, which was interesting. Making that big of a move and to be a little undecided. But I think, again, maybe they looked at it that way. They thought, you know what? Either Bryce or CJ, that's worth pulling the trigger on getting a number one overall pick and a quarterback.
Do you think it was undecided or due diligence, Aaron?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
At this point, hindsight, I really put it on and CJ might have really surprised them enough, but I don't think you'll hear a lot of people arguing that CJ's ceiling is higher than Bryce Young. And there is something to be said. If you're going to trade all those assets, if you're going to trade DJ Moore, swing big.
Right.
They have David Tepper, still pretty new owner, pretty much one of the richest owners in the league. This man's ready to swing for it. And Bryce Young is swinging for it without going too far down the road to an Anthony Richardson who's so raw that he really won't be ready to play right away. Bryce is ready to play game 1, week 1. CJ is ready to play game 1, week 1. I think they're the only two quarterbacks really in this draft class that I could say that about. And Carolina needs a starter week 1. So I completely understand the pick. I even agree with the pick. Bryce Young, as obviously, we're Ohio kids, drove you crazy watching him because you're typically cheering against Alabama. The man the eyes are always up. That's my biggest thing with Bryce. It does not matter where he is in the pocket, where he's running. The eyes are always up and looking. And that's how he's beating defenders and escaping. So Obviously they get bigger, stronger, faster in the NFL. He's not going to be able to do the exact same thing as often. And he's going to have to learn how to slide and avoid these big hits because once again, not to belabor the point, he's not only short, he is small framed.
Sure.
So, you're like, oh, well, like Baker Mayfield's short, Drew Brees is short. Those guys have a little bit more on them. They're a little thicker.
Right.
They're able to take a few more hits than a Bryce Young can. And Bryce was relatively healthy in the Texas A&M game this year, but he was relatively healthy when it came to his playing in college. So I expect him to be really, really good. Probably a great chance to win Offensive of the Year first year.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see what happens there. All right, but we got to move on because Houston, the pick is in there. This is a whole situation, right? This is a whole situation because Houston probably should be drafting a quarterback here. Now they need everything. I didn't list this on the graphic because I thought it would be a little bit too tongue in cheek. Their needs should be everything, and actually, Roger Goodell is at the podium right now, so we'll get a quick answer to our question. But they should go quarterback, and they did. They actually did draft C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud, Michael Hess is correct. C.J. Stroud is a Houston Texan. Johnny, this is the right move. This is clearly the right move. You heard all kinds of rumblings that they were not going to pick C.J. Stroud, that they were going to go Will Anderson or someone on the defense. There was a whole mix-up of C.J. Stroud's agent was the same one as Deshaun Watson's agent, and we all know that situation and how that went down in Houston. But C.J. Stroud, it feels right that they're going 1-2 here. So far, quarterback's going 1-2, and Stroud is a Houston Texan. Now, not a great situation for Stroud, but similar to Bryce Young, it's a bad division. It's a really bad division. Now, don't get me wrong, Houston's so bad they couldn't even lose right in Week 18, but it makes sense for the Texans to use their pick on C.J. Stroud. It just does.
Oh, it's a home run pick. I obviously, that's not what I put in my mind.
Yeah,
I
me
didn't
neither.
trust the Texans and Houston to make a proper pick. So definitely hear that. Aaron, you're right though. Um, there's not a lot there for him to work with. Now, I will say this: Houston tore it down to the studs this offseason. So it's going to be a brand new coach. We're restarting. That can work. Sometimes that is a much better situation than a lame duck coach or
Yep.
coach having to win immediately upon arrival. That can be really difficult and set up rookie quarterbacks for failure before they even begin because the coach is fighting for his life, a la Justin Fields with Matt Nagy in Chicago. So I will say at least there is not going to be immediate expectations to be winning, competing in that division, to be making the playoffs. That's completely unrealistic in a loaded AFC,
Yeah.
even if they are in the worst division in the AFC in the South. You know, you get 4, 5, 6 wins this season. He's healthy. More importantly, his health, and that he shows the flashes that you hope. You know,
Yeah.
that's really all you're looking for. You are the Texans this year. Carolina's a little different just because of how poor the NFC is, that it's not beyond reasonable expectations to think Carolina sneak into the wild card. It
Right.
really isn't.
No. I mean, they weren't that far
Houston,
off last year either.
right. Houston, no. Like, don't. This is a long-term project. Look at the Bengals and Joe Burrow year one. They
Yeah.
were great in one aspect, and Joe showed the flashes and his ability to be able to lead the franchise. They failed in the other one. That was to keep them healthy with that torn ACL. But you saw that immediate jump out of the Bengals the next season. So you're just hoping that you're going to see those flashes of creativity. You're going to continue to see his accurate throwing and great decision making that he's had this whole time at Ohio State. And you hope he stays healthy throughout the year, that you keep him healthy.
Yep.
Now, you do have Laramie Tunsil, so I will say that is a big piece that you have the left tackle to protect.
That's probably the strength of this team right
now,
is honestly the offensive line. Yeah.
And that is something. I will say that I
Yep.
would, for a young quarterback, I'd rather have a really good offensive line probably than really, really great wide receivers. That's going to sound hypocritical coming from a Bengals fan. But he will be protected, which is really, really good. So
Yeah.
it's tough because of the environment. But I think this was absolutely the correct decision.
Yeah.
Um,
And just as a reference for what Houston has done this offseason, they did bring in wide receiver Robert Woods. They also brought in, well, that might have been it. But they brought in Dalton Schultz as well from Dallas, tied in there. But you're right. The offensive line is arguably their strength. Doesn't mean they shouldn't, continue building that up. The Houston Texans do have 12 draft picks, including number 12. Right. So we'll be talking about them.
And they also have Mechie from the wide receiver out of Alabama from last year.
Yep.
Out for the year with getting treatment for leukemia. So I believe it was a second round pick last year. So you do have a young, talented wide receiver potentially alongside with you there as well. So the cupboard's not as bare maybe as we initially made it sound.
Sure.
But in the arms race that is the AFC right now with the Chiefs and the Bills and the Bengals and even throw the Dolphins in there, Chargers, Ravens, this is exciting for Texans fans because of the aspect of it and the potential. It won't be an immediate success.
Yeah. Mike said, I'm popping in and out from work. Is there a short graphic for the last few picks? I don't have a graphic for just the last few picks, only through 2 so far. But you see in the bottom ticker, we'll kind of try to update that with the picks as we go. So that'll scroll by hopefully often enough that you can catch up. David says, CJ got to be the rookie of the year.
I hope.
I have my doubts, but yeah, we'll see.
I think Bryce is just going to be in a better situation to be able to do.
Yeah. Well, and of course they'll be in 2 different. One's NFL or NFC. One's AFC. So, but now, yeah, I agree.
Aaron, we both picked Tyree Wilson going at number 3.
Yeah.
Originally, because we had Will Anderson going at 2. I assume this pick changes your mind on what your expectation is, as it does mine.
Yep.
For the Arizona Cardinals, assuming they hold on to this pick.
Yeah, we haven't. Oh, here we go. They're just they have traded the pick. Here we
Oh,
go.
and there it is. That's what we
The
expected.
Texans? They traded it to the Texans?
What?
Did the Texans really want Will Anderson as well?
They're what?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Okay, well, stay tuned, folks. We got our first trade, and it's the Houston Texans right back in.
Yeah, they want Will Anderson.
They want Will
man.
Anderson
They come
too.
Right back.
Jeez, I'm sure the 12th pick is part of this. Again, we just said it. 12 picks. That's a big deal for teams that have a lot of picks. Yes, maybe a bunch of them are like 5th or 6th round picks, but when you throw 3 or 4 picks at a team, and you also have another first round pick like the Houston Texans do, you can make this kind of move. They've got to be picking Will Anderson, which is wild.
That's very interesting, Aaron. One, that will get us a point.
Yeah, you're right.
But two, that to me tells me that the margin was razor thin between who they were deciding, and the compromise was we're going to get both of them.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
wow.
And obviously that's just speculation, but doesn't that make sense? And so if you're Arizona, I'm intrigued to see what else you get. I'm sure they are swapping here. They'll go to 12. And it'll be interesting to see. You mentioned how many picks Houston has in this year's draft. It'll be interesting to see what Arizona got in general. I mean, they're moving down 9 spots. I would expect them to have a decent haul coming back in return. Kyler Murray's going to be really I wouldn't be surprised if Kyler Murray doesn't play at all this coming,
right?
Which means it's really a lost year for the team. So you need to just load up on draft picks and get as much young, cheap talent in there as possible because you are still paying Kyler Murray.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Danielle says, just to remind Johnny that 4 minutes ago you said this might be a clean top 10, and here we go. Third pick traded.
I said if they would take
right.
I was expecting it to go wild because Houston was going to be stupid, but I mean, it still is because of Houston.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm assuming Will Anderson. We've obviously been pretty confident in that pick. The pick is in. Roger Goodell's at the podium. By the way, we're obviously streaming and talking to you guys, so we may not be able to catch all the trade details. It is Will Anderson, by the way, from Alabama. So there it is. We may not be able to catch all the trade details. So for you guys in the chat, let us know if there's details. You guys can be our sources because according to David's sources, CJ Stroud's winning the Rookie of the Year. So David, I like your sources. I like the confidence.
David's sources being his mind. Given he was right about the, still a pain.
Yeah,
still pain.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, yes, Johnny, I'm assigning us points. We both got 1 because we were correct about Will Anderson moving to the Houston Texans. So we are
3 total.
Yeah, we're both with 3 because we had the exact same thing. We got some differences here in pick 4, but let's get into the Indianapolis Colts. They're picking at pick number 4 now. And with that, we'll bring in, if he's here, we've got a guest to join us for the Indianapolis Colts. Nick's ready to join us here if he's on, and we'll get him talking about his Colts. Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear us?
What's up? How's it going?
Good. Hey, thanks for joining us. All right, so we're off to a fast start here. Some big moves made by a team in your division, but what do you want the Colts to do? I know we talked on Twitter, kind of the dreaded pick of Will Levis. At this point, at least you're not picking between Levis and CJ Stroud. You're picking between, if you're wanting a quarterback, and all signs are pointing to that, you're picking between Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. But I'm curious your thoughts on the Colts, the draft, the season upcoming, and all that stuff.
Well, I woke up this morning thinking perfect scenario would be pick 4 comes and they have their choice between CJ and AR.
Sure.
And at that point, it feels like it's a win-win. Right now, it's got to be Richardson. I'm really, really hoping it's not Levis. I mean, I'm willing to trust Chris Ballard's vision, and maybe I feel like Shane Steichen can, he'll be able to work with whatever quarterback. But I mean, inaccuracy or whatever that Richardson has, the issues that he has with inaccuracy, the upside is just immense, and it just feels like that's got to be the move right now.
Yeah, sure. Nick, do you have any concerns? We talked about when Bryce has 2 full years of starting, so does Stroud. They have all that experience. Obviously, they play at Alabama and Ohio State with all that talent around them, but they do have all of those reps in. Any concern, about Anthony Richardson? We know the upside, but coming into, play for Indianapolis and having to start potentially week 1 and not getting that time to sit behind a veteran and kind of learn the offense?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely concern there, but it's like people much smarter than me who watch the film and everything say that the issues that he has with inaccuracy and everything is mechanical that can be easily fixed. And I think he's still only 20, 21 years old, and even though he only has that year of experience, at Florida, he's still so young. And I know that's a big jump from 1 year in the SEC to the NFL, but again, the way I look at it is, he's a physical freak, and it's like if you can bet on that kind of upside with the coaching that Steichen provides, where he's had success with Hurts, Herbert, Rivers, any type of quarterback, it feels like they can, make it work somehow, even if it is a year or two away.
Sure.
Yeah, and this is a team that really probably needs help on all sides of the ball. I mean, offensively, they were, I think, second to worst in the NFL. I think only Denver had them beat in that category, and it wasn't too much better on the defensive side. So, but at least, first things first, kind of get that quarterback out of the way. But as you look kind of further in the draft, once we get past this overall pick number 4, is there a specific category or position that you're really looking for the Colts to kind of bolster? Again, knowing that they kind of need help with everything right now, but
I would say corner, definitely. I mean, I feel like you always need corners. You always need as many corners as you can. I've seen a lot of people who are kind of mocking Keely Ringo in the second round, which would be really nice.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't really know, where he fell, because he was a projected first rounder. It felt like for all year, and then he's all of a sudden he's fallen. So
right.
I don't know. Again, I don't really know how well he fits in the scheme or whatever. But again, he's got those. He's got the body of a pro corner, so I would take him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely, they can always bolster the offensive line, which has been such a strength the last few years. It's been Ryan Kelly has not been very good the last couple of years, so I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a center. But the nice thing is that they've got enough. Even though they were so bad offensively, it all really stemmed from having a statue at quarterback. No offense to Matt Ryan, I love Matt Ryan, but he couldn't move when the pocket broke down. It was a disaster, but they still have some nice pieces with Pittman and Pierce are both good receivers. Obviously JT, one of the best running backs in the league when he's healthy. Right. So there's enough to work with there that, it can even alleviate the stress off of a rookie quarterback. So,
yeah. Johnny, who did you have drafted here? Or who did you have mocked here?
Well, so I thought the Texans were going to be stupid and leave CJ Stroud for the Colts, which I do think is probably what the Colts were hoping for.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
My expectation, Nick, you said you hope it's Anthony Richardson. For your sake, I hope it's Anthony Richardson. Listen, I'll say this. Whenever we're critical tonight, it's absolutely not personal. It's all about but Will Levis, man, the decision making, I have a lot of concerns about. And where Anthony Richardson's so raw, and I see that upside being so high, Will Levis, man, maybe you can fix that. But the risk seems more worth it for Anthony Richardson than Will Levis. And here's the pick.
I might be a little ahead of you, but they took Richardson.
They did? Oh, wow. That's good. Good for you guys.
All right.
There you go.
All right, I feel like I can sleep happy tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy that completed like 50% of his passes in college, but he also ran for like 700 yards, runs a 4.3 at the quarterback position. You touched on a lot of that. Really, really athletic, very, very raw. Played, I think, only 16 games in college, but I mean, you mentioned it. The athleticism's there, the potential, and just to even see him in the same backfield as JT, oh boy, that would make me tremble a little bit. I think if I'm a linebacker trying to figure out which of those guys to tackle. So that's exciting. It seems like a good pick to me. According to at least kind of probably our collective quarterback rankings, that's what we would have done with this draft. So Johnny, maybe what we would have done mock draft would have actually done better, but here we are. This is good.
Well, I think we expected too low in the NFL. But Nick, while we have you, I want to ask you just, you're a fan, and it's easy for us not as Colts fans to be like, okay, like here's reasonable expectations. This is what you should expect. This is what you should hope for. What are your expectations for Anthony Richardson this year? I know you just got him, but what's your expectations for him and the team going into 2023?
Well, I feel like it would be a lot easier to answer that if I knew what the plan was going into the season. I don't know if they're going. I mean, because Minshew's a pretty good, stopgap. I feel like, especially in a weak division like the South, they could win a couple games with Gardner Minshew. I don't know if they're planning on him, playing the first month or so and letting Richardson learn, which would probably be smart. But also, I'm the kind of person who just feels like you got to give him live reps. That's how you get better. So I would say, reasonable expectations for the team. I don't know, 5-6 wins. Again, in a division like that, if they're healthy, they can win 5 or 6 games. I feel like the roster's not horrible, but for Richardson, I don't know. I would just be happy with just week over week growth. Complete more than 50% of your passes, and I'll be pretty happy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he plays anything like he did, I think all the Indy fans will be pretty happy.
Yeah. I'm excited. I'm so glad it's not Levis, man. I'm so glad it's not.
And I think the temptation was also Levis. Like, if you were trying to find a stunt double for Andrew Luck, Will Levis fits that profile in terms of his size and some of the things he can do. But they've been kind of trying to find the replacement for Andrew Luck for the last 6 years, and we're now on is it actually year 6 that we're on?
It is.
Or is it year 5? It's
five.
5.
2019 is when he retired. So
Okay.
this will be year 5.
Yeah. So I'm hoping for you. I mean, I like the Colts. It's not too far away from Johnny and I. So hopeful that things are on the up, and this is a start to a new stability at quarterback. We'll put it that way.
That'd be very nice. That'd make me very happy. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nick, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting your take as a Colts fan. It's exciting for you guys. So congrats on the pick, and best of luck this season.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks for having me, guys. That was fun. Thanks.
Yeah. Anytime. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, Aaron, I think that, I feel like that is a high pick at 4 for Anthony Richardson, but I don't think the Colts had any other option.
Right.
So I actually agree with the pick. Nick mentioned that just very little there at the end. I would start Gardner Minshew the whole season.
Yeah. They also have Nick Foles in that quarterback room, for what that's worth. I
would start. The problem is you say that, and then it gets a month into the year.
Oh, I know.
And you
start 1-5.
1-4, 1-5, and everyone's screaming for Richardson. I would actually love the organization and Jim Irsay, which this won't happen because it's Jim Irsay, to say, Anthony Richardson, he's our guy. We want him. He needs a year. He needs to learn the offense. Gardner's going to play this year, and then he'll be ready to come out of the gates next season. I think clarity is helpful when it comes to the quarterback room. And if you have that plan, and then Anthony Richardson can, at least when he comes into year 2, come in knowing he's the guy, knowing he's ready to go. I think the waffling can be harmful to a player, like Chicago did with Justin Fields and Andy Dalton his rookie year. I found that very confusing on the outside, and I'm sure it was on the inside of that organization as well. So I hope whatever they choose to do, that it's at least clear, even if it's not to the media and fans, that it is within that room for Anthony Richardson's sake, because he is a freak athlete.
Yeah.
And he does have the potential to be a brilliant player. But we do see more quarterbacks ruined, more players ruined than made in the NFL. So that always has to be said. But I think it fits a need, and it's the exact opposite type of quarterback they've had since Andrew Luck retired.
Yeah, it is very different, which is interesting to see what they do with that. Best of luck to him. I agree, Johnny. I mean, we've talked about this for those that are tuning in. We do have a podcast every week, and that's one of the topics that comes up quite a bit, or at least has in the last couple of weeks. We've been talking about these quarterbacks and thinking, especially in the case of Richardson and Levis, like it would really benefit probably both the team and these players if they did not need to start from day one. You kind of have that understanding with Stroud and with Bryce Young that's going to happen, and partially because of where they're drafted. Right. Like that's just what's going to happen. They're also more ready for that. So that's good. Seattle's on the clock right now. We can get back to that Indianapolis conversation. Right. I will say one quick note. I think you're right. In that Indianapolis maybe felt that their hand was a little bit forced, because think of some of the teams that are behind them still. Would an Atlanta
Right.
try and move up? Would a Tennessee, and maybe these teams still will, because now you're looking at it, Will Levis is really the only first round quarterback. I say that in quotations because maybe we see a late first round like Hendon Hooker or somebody like that.
Yeah.
But in terms of everyone's talking about these 4 main quarterbacks, 3 of them are gone in the top 4. So, but again, we talked about this as well. This is exactly what you want if you're Seattle, who's on the clock right now with pick number 5. Because now Will Anderson's off the board, but Jalen Carter's there if you want him. That's who Johnny and I both mocked originally, but that was before we realized Tyree Wilson would be available, a great defensive end from Texas Tech. We both had him going to Arizona at 3. So that's also a possibility. So that's what we're looking at with Seattle. This feels like it would be a defensive pick for the Seahawks. Again, you had Geno Smith, who was just magical, but in very un-Seattle fashion, they were the 25th best defense in football, which was pretty shocking. The 9th best offense with Geno Smith. They re-signed him to a 3-year, and him meaning Smith, 3-year, $75 million contract. So that's pretty much taken care of. I know there was some rumors that Seattle would be in play for quarterback. At this point, I would say certainly not.
Yeah, and remember, this pick was originally Denver's.
Yeah.
This is from the Russell Wilson trade.
Oh, boy.
So Seattle continues to rebuild off of that trade. Clearly, they've done a brilliant job last year. Aaron, you mentioned the struggles on defense, but they fixed the offensive line in one draft. They got 2 tackles in one draft. That's unheard of. They knocked that draft out of the park. Starting running back, 2 starting tackles on the offensive line. They had an outstanding draft class last year. So, they get 2 picks again in this year's first round. I'm excited to see what Seattle does. I think it's Jalen Carter, but would not be surprised at all to see Tyree Wilson. They do need to get better.
I would be surprised if it's not Tyree Wilson actually here. We'll see the picks.
They need to do better at getting to the quarterback and rush defense. So honestly, I won't argue with either one of those picks.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect a corner. Christian Gonzalez is well worth this pick, but that's just not the larger need for the team. And again, they're picking again in this draft at 20. There will be a lot of good corners later on in the draft. But if you want a pass rusher or an elite defensive tackle, now's the time to take them.
And Roger Goodell at the podium right now. Again, by the way, for those watching on YouTube, we're watching on YouTube TV, which is a little bit delayed. Wow. They're going Devin Witherspoon, cornerback from Illinois.
Ooh.
So I will say, Johnny, this was my first
corner.
Yeah. Michael's like, what is Seattle doing? They're getting a really solid corner. I agree. I don't know if this addresses. It's a good pick. I don't know if it addresses their primary need. To me, edge was number 1. But this is a team that needs help across the entire defense. Devin Witherspoon's really good. He was actually my top corner in the draft. I actually had the Lions drafting him, who are on the clock. We'll talk about them in a minute, but which means I think they probably get the cornerback you just mentioned, Rodriguez from Oregon. But this is a player who's a little undersized, but more than makes up for it with his athleticism, with his kind of recognition of a play. If you remember back I think it might have been week 0 or week 1, Illinois versus Indiana, just absolutely destroyed an Indiana wide receiver. And really,
they're showing right now.
Are they really? Okay, yeah, there you go. Put himself on the map with that.
Put on the tape week before the OSU Michigan game. When Illinois traveled to the Big House, that man was all over the field. I mean, that whole Illinois defense played out of the but I swear every other play, I was hearing the announcer say Devin Witherspoon. He was flying. This dude's not afraid to come in and fly and make tackles. He's excellent in the run support game. He's excellent in pass defense as well. He's a great player. I have really zero worries about his measurables because that dude is a football player. He has the instincts. He's ready to go. I think he fits Pete Carroll. So this is definitely one of those, I think, where like Pete probably said, screw the need. That is my guy. I want him. And you know what? There's a lot to be said for that. You like that guy? Go get him.
Yeah.
Go get him. It's not that they didn't need another corner. I just felt that they do have larger needs, but they still, like I mentioned before, have that 20th to go address potentially the pass rush or a defensive tackle. And there will be still great players available then as well. But
Yeah.
Aaron, what are your thoughts on Jalen Carter now, though?
Oh gosh. Yeah, let's talk about the Detroit Lions. Let's talk about the 2023 NFC North champions. Let's go Detroit. I didn't think Jalen Carter would be available here. This just feels
Right.
like the secondary, the whole defense is bad. It's one of those things like Jalen Carter, if not for the off-field issues, that's a given. And honestly, if not for that, he's not even on the board at this point. So you have
Texans
an
probably take him.
incredible talent with some very concerning off-the-field decisions that he made. On the other hand, you've got a really good, some people are saying not quite generational, but a really, really good corner in Rodriguez from
Christian
Oregon.
Gonzalez.
Yeah, or Gonzalez. I keep saying Rodriguez. I've got Malcolm Rodriguez stuck in my head. Anyways, I think you do go Jalen Carter here. I think you do because, yes, the secondary needs work. Again, though, you have that 18th pick where you can address the secondary. It is a deep cornerback draft. As much as you want,
Yes.
may want the 1A or 1B cornerback here, you can get the third or fourth cornerback at pick 18 and pick number 1 defensive tackle. Pair him
Yeah.
with Aiden Hutchinson, and that defensive front is suddenly going from this is a sieve and I could run for 300 yards like Carolina did on December, or I think on Christmas, to, oh boy, I don't really want to run up against these guys. I don't want to face that team, that defensive front. And it's an open division. Minnesota's certainly going to have something to say with that. Green Bay, I thought, did very well in their trade from the New York Jets. Maybe more of a long-term thing for them. It's a winnable division. And if I'm sitting there thinking, all right, what can I do as a Lions GM to help this team win more right now? I think Jalen Carter is the kind of player that pushes you more in that direction. Again, I'm also trusting Dan Campbell's ability to get his mind right and to get him to buy in. I trust Campbell and that staff's ability to get Jalen Carter to focus on football and not on street racing that basically killed someone. So I'm not also trying to undersell the significance of the decisions he made in the offseason, where if, quite frankly, if it's not a football player, might be in jail. That's just reality.
And there's also the concern about him not even finishing. Like,
Sure.
pro days at your university are scripted for you.
Yeah.
And he came in almost 10 pounds overweight and was unable to finish the drills
Yep.
and not for injury. So there's a commitment question. And again, this is tough. But I will also say the culture, Detroit has a good thing going with culture. So you're running a potential risk of drafting someone this high and rewarding them for bad behavior in a sense. This is tough. This is tough because he is potentially a generational.
Yeah.
He's far and away the best defensive tackle in this draft. There's other really quality players later on, but there's a massive gap, maybe not a bigger gap from the top player to the rest of the field and at any position in this entire draft. So Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez both fit a need. Jalen Carter has a higher upside, also potentially more volatile. Christian Gonzalez, I really don't have any of those concerns.
Oh, Michael's
I'm
saying,
Detroit-
sorry to interrupt. Michael's saying we've got a Detroit Lions trade. happening
Oh,
with this pick.
what?
Michael's probably a little bit ahead of us. Also, Michael, thanks for your note about
Why?
the Cardinals. Yeah, they're trading it. Let's see. My guess is this could be a team like Atlanta that's drafting up to get a quarterback, and the Lions are only moving down a couple spots and maybe getting the same person they want.
That
It's the
would make
Cardinals. Interesting.
They're trading back up.
That's
Now I'm
very interesting.
interested to
Who
see
said it?
what the
Yeah, someone in
I'm
the chat said
interested to see
the
what
draft
the-
is going sideways fast. It is. What is happening? Cardinals
our
move up to
Bucs
number
are
6.
Trashed.
Yeah.
So just gone. They are gone.
Yes.
So
Well, we'll put Arizona on the clock. Are they
wait,
going for?
Aaron,
who
go
are they-
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know what are they doing? Like, are they
Jalen
going for
Carter-
Jalen Carter? That's got to be it,
No,
right?
But
Why would
Aaron,
you move up and
Arizona's
not
had
pick Jalen Carter?
Well, they've also had so much bad press.
I know.
Between the GM.
Yeah, it's all been
and
bad.
Kyler Murray.
Yep.
This is
I don't
this is
understand this
not
for
about-
Arizona.
This is not about Jalen. This is a terrible fit. Oh, so
Second-
Detroit received
yeah.
the 12th overall and a second round pick. So they're moving back 6 spots for a second round pick. So actually, I think if you're the Cardinals, that's a pretty good deal, given it's a second round pick, but it's number 34.
Right.
So it's the third
Now-
pick in the second round, which is really valuable.
And Johnny, this means that the Lions will now have 5 picks in the top 55.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where maybe they weren't sure about Jalen Carter, and this pick is in. We'll talk about this here in just a second.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like maybe they weren't sold on him with all the issues we just said, but you have 5 picks in the next 50 picks, which is a lot. And there's a lot of really good talent here. And you can really beef up your defense quite a bit, or tight end's a big need. That puts you in play to get one of these top tight ends. And maybe not as soon as 18, but pretty soon. Let's see if this is, in fact, Jalen Carter going to Arizona. It's Paris Johnson Jr.
What? What is going on?
Now, Johnny, I will say I did have Paris Johnson Jr. as my highest ranked offensive lineman. You had Peter Skronsky, I think, 1-2. 1A, 1B.
Yeah, very, very close. It really
Did Arizona have to move up to do this, though? Did they really have to move up to get him? Apparently, yes. But
I think they would have had to move up from 12, but I don't think they needed to go all the way up to 6.
yeah,
That seems now part of that is were teams willing to.
Correct.
Sometimes you don't just like, well, I'd like to go to number 8. Like, well, if Atlanta doesn't want to trade, then they don't want to trade. Now, when it came to Peter Skoronsky and Paris Johnson Jr., Paris Johnson has a lot of work to be done when it comes to the run game blocking.
Yeah.
Well, he's also a mammoth of a human being.
yeah,
So what did you do? Okay, let's get the largest human being to block for Kyler Murray
yeah. He's
at left tackle.
ginormous.
And like, so that the fit makes total sense. So that was really when it came to Paris Johnson Jr. and Peter Skoronsky, it was really about scheme on offense, which one was going to go first. Are you a pass heavy team? Are you run heavy team? You do run to establish the pass, or are you just going to throw the ball all the way around? If you told me Arizona was the first one to take a tackle on the board, completely understand this pick. I'm shocked at it's a brand new GM, but I am surprised at the trading up that quickly. That's a very valuable second round pick too.
Yes.
I know at first I kind of poo-pooed it, but especially with Miami out of that first round, it's the 33rd overall pick. You're getting nearly a first round pick.
Yeah.
In to slide down 6 spots. And what you said, Aaron, it must be Detroit did not feel good enough about Jalen Carter. And clearly they didn't feel like they had to take Christian Gonzalez yet.
Yeah.
This is going to be very interesting now to see what Las Vegas and Atlanta do. Both of my original picks for these teams are already gone.
And part of me wonders if Devin Witherspoon was Detroit's guy, did that make them more willing to move out?
Potentially.
I don't know. I mean, and I'm not saying that just because I had that mocked. It just seemed like a perfect
Will
fit.
Anderson was still there.
Right.
You know, Tyree Wilson's still on the board right now.
Yeah.
But here's the problem for a team like Vegas. Like, Tyree Wilson is not what you need. Like,
No.
that's the opposite. You have Chandler. Do they still have Chandler Jones? And then you have Max Crosby. Like, pass rush is not your issue. Corner is your issue if you're Vegas. I'm going to keep saying Christian Gonzalez until he gets picked.
Right.
Christian Gonzalez makes all the sense in the world. I originally had Vegas taking Devin Witherspoon because I thought he'd be the second corner off the board. I would be surprised if it's not Christian Gonzalez. Not to focus on the fact that they're in Las Vegas, but that's probably not a great deal, Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
So for his own sake, but also just they need help at the corner position, and you're in the same division as Patrick and Justin Herbert. And guess what? Like, Sean Payton might get Russell Wilson back to at least normalcy. Like, you need corners.
Right.
You need corners. If you are in the AFC, or especially in the AFC West, you either got to load up on power, or you better get pass rushers and corners, man, because you got to find a way to stop Patrick Mahomes or try to outscore him. So, wild stuff, though.
This is insane.
This.
Hey, let's go back real quick. Let's go Raiders. Yeah, you love to see it. They're on the clock right now. There's some information too. You kind of get a look. It was not a terrible offense last year. Obviously, it's kind of not a complete overhaul, but certainly from the quarterback position, Derek Carr, long time Raider quarterback, franchise record holder in a lot of different areas, is gone. Jimmy Garoppolo is kind of the heir apparent there. I don't think they're done at quarterback position, but I also don't think they're drafting Will Levis here. So I actually had CJ Stroud mocked here originally, just kind of a wild card, thinking that I was kind of hedging my bets a little bit, thinking that there could have been a trade up to 7 with the Raiders. That's not happening right now. But anyways, yeah, Tyler asked, do you think they go Levis? I really don't.
No.
Austin says yes, that they do, I think, but we'll see.
I would be surprised.
I did want to go back real
understand-
quick to
Oh yeah, go ahead.
the Cardinals. So Michael, thanks for putting those trade details in the chat. So the Cardinals, remember, well, this has changed a little bit now because the Cardinals actually received the 12th pick in that trade and the 33rd from Houston. So that 33rd pick changed hands from Houston to Arizona to Detroit. They also got a first in 2024, a third in 2024, and the Texans got a 3rd round pick in this year's draft. So essentially Arizona, I mean, look, it felt like they gave up a lot, but in reality, they just kind of got what they inherited from Houston to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So they
really didn't. They got who they got basically in Paris Johnson. They really didn't. They really didn't lose anything.
Yeah, and they picked up a 1st round in next year's draft, so that's good for Arizona. Because again, this year's a wash. Last year was a wash. I agree. Mike says, "I look away 1 second and bang, crazy trades." Yeah, you're telling me. We're paying very close attention to this.
Relatively calm.
Well, yeah, 2 picks in.
2 picks. I think I know, but I think we all were worried about the 2nd pick, and I think like once CJ Stroud got taken 2nd, we were all like, "Oh, okay." And even when we first heard like Arizona's trading, yeah, we kind of figured that. And then it's Houston. You're like, wait, what the heck? Like what? So guys, this is fun. Right now, struggle busting on the mock. Not about that, but I do want to say though, Aaron, did you have Will Anderson getting taken by Houston?
I did. Yeah, we had the same exact
So we still
pick.
get 1 point.
Yeah, we're both tied 3-3. We have a Raiders fan in chat that's saying, please cornerback. I agree with that assessment. Johnny, you had Devin Witherspoon mocked, but you had Christian Gonzalez going 1 pick before. So that seems to be the best pick the Raiders could do at this point. That's a big time need. Also consider the opposing quarterbacks that they're facing. You know, practically every other game in that division, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, my goodness. So, and yeah, you're right. If he's right, you've also got Russell Wilson. So
you can't afford to take a Will Levis, right? Like going back to the chat, I understand the thought process of, hey, Jimmy gets hurt a lot, but you still have a starter. Will doesn't have to play right away. No, man, not at pick number 7. You want to go get Jake Haener. You want to go get Hendon.
Oh, I love me some Jake Haener. You know that.
Right, but you want to do that later on in the draft. Right. All about it.
And Las Vegas does have 12 picks in this draft, as you can see here on the graphic.
All about that, man. Not at pick 7. Not when you can get potentially, in my mind, the best corner in the draft.
Yeah. Which
also fits a big need. When you have that lineup like that, you got to take that. You got to take that pick there. You have to. Yeah. You have to fix your biggest need with one of the best players in the draft. You can't take Will Levis here at 7. That'd be a big, big swing, and in my opinion, a big mistake.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say thanks for all the folks that are joining us on YouTube. There's a giveaway happening. You can win some merch for free. So hit that link. I think it just should have populated in the chat. So do that. And it is Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech. So not a cornerback, but this still feels like something that could be a need. This hits exactly what Michael said. He did think they were going D-line, and Tyree Wilson is arguably the best available player there. But Johnny, you don't seem to like this pick.
No, I love Tyree Wilson. The value at pick 7 for him, outstanding.
Yeah.
But you have Max Crosby, and not that you can't have too many pass, obviously. Right. You can never have too many pass rushers. But you still can't defend the pass. If the wide receivers are open immediately off the line, it doesn't matter. Pass rushers don't have time to get. He is an outstanding player, and it is hard for pass rushers to produce in the Big 12 with those spread offenses, with getting the ball out so quickly. It is hard, and he produced at Texas Tech this year. He was outstanding on that defense. That Texas Tech team was far better than we expected coming into the season. And he was a big part of that. I just don't like the team picking him at 7. I love Tyree Wilson. I had him go raw.
Yeah.
So it's not about him. I have no questions there. He's a freak athlete. He's running down running backs. He can get to the quarterback. I love him as a player. Raiders, I guess you're saying we're just going to get pressure to Patrick Mahomes, but who's guarding those receivers, man?
And it could be, again, they do have 11 other picks, including pick 38. And again, there is good cornerback depth. Only one's gone off the board right now. So it could be, hard to say.
And maybe their mind changed because Tyree was available.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah. All right. Well, that takes us to, let's see, we got Atlanta up next at pick number 8. By the way, Insane One said not mad with that. So that's good. Hey, if you're a Raiders fan, it helps a need.
Player.
Yeah, certainly.
You got a great player. It just feels a tad redundant with Max Crosby. Again, you would like to just be able to take the best player available at the time, and you could argue he is
right
there at that moment.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But there's also a reason you're picking at 7, and it's because you have legitimate needs, and that's why I would have liked you to see Christian Gonzalez. But hey, you're gonna love him. He's gonna be an outstanding player.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, for talking about defensive players, if you're Atlanta, does Jalen Carter, does that change things? If you're Chicago coming up next, who had the NFL's worst defense, does that, I mean, are you sitting there thinking, oh my goodness?
I'm so worried Chicago's going to take a defensive player.
Well,
I'm so worried.
I understand where you're coming from. We'll have this debate here shortly. Because yes, I think their primary need should be protection for Justin Fields. But I can't sit there and argue with them like you were the worst defense in the NFL, and it wasn't even that close.
But that's because they traded all of them away.
I know. I get it. I understand.
It to themselves.
I know.
Like, also, you're Chicago. You breed defenders. You'll find them. You're awful at finding talent on offense. Get an offensive tackle and potentially the best one. Take Peter Skoronski. Take him. He's literally already there. Yeah. He has to get on a subway and he'll be at the team facility. Just do the easy thing. But sorry, Atlanta, I don't want to skip you. Atlanta's very intriguing to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to talk Will Levis here, I'm sure, on the broadcast. Yes. The pick's in. They're going to talk Will Levis. I don't think it is. I'm surprised, but it seems like they are willing to take a swing with Desmond Ridder this coming year. I'm a little surprised by that. Maybe in part it's because they're at pick 8 and they didn't think that the guys that they would want would be available at 8, and they weren't willing to give away their assets to move up higher to get one of them. While I may not agree with that mindset, that seems to be what's going to happen. I had Anthony Richardson available at this point. Yeah. Obviously,
we both have the same pick here. We both had Richardson.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take Will Levis.
Or either.
I would expect them. Man, I'm starting to get a little worried about Jalen here. Like that off the field stuff is really affecting, I think, what's happening.
Now, that's a need for Atlanta is the pass rush. So this is a spot that makes sense for him.
They take Peter Skoronski. Maybe you load up on the offensive line to protect Desmond Ridder or whoever ends up being your quarterback in the future. You can never have too many offensive.
Atlanta's also a team in a weird situation again. NFC South, they finished 7-10. It's a bad division. Yes. So if things turn out right, they could win the division. Like it's so wide open. They made a splash in free agency. I mean, they swung at Jesse Bates, made him the highest paid safety in the league. Right. So it seems like they're like, safety. Yeah, well, right. Probably not. So, but at least it seems like they're kind of in compete now mode, at least where, they're not just trying to, I mean, of course, everyone's trying to stash, draft picks. They've got 7 draft picks.
Floor, though.
Well, correct. Yeah. But they did that quite literally by just spending money on Jesse Bates. So,
that Matt Ryan contract finally went away. So Matt Ryan.
That too. Yeah, that helps.
Aaron, could they take a swing? Could we see our first wide receiver go even? Calvin Ridley gets dealt to the Jaguars. Yeah. You don't really have a lot of weapons outside of Kyle Pitts. if you do want to see if Desmond Ritter's your guy, you go get him a dude on the outside to help him. I don't think so.
Right.
But I think it would probably be foolish of me to say that Nolan Smith also could definitely
that's a good pick.
be,
Yep.
it looked at here for sure. Georgia kid, great leader on that defense, outstanding pass rusher. Again, you're drafting in the top 10. There's lots of needs on your team. So there's not like, oh, you have to draft that one position. Like, man, there's 5, 6, 7 different positions you could draft. And then sometimes there's just a player you didn't expect to be there and you just can't pass him up. You can't help yourself. So I think we've already seen that several times tonight. So I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, this pick's about to be announced. So we're about to get a look here. I'm guessing Jalen Carter, but I've basically guessed wrong this whole night.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it's Nolan Smith. I bet it's Nolan Smith. I bet they get the Georgia kid staying there.
That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
By the way, we will probably close out the giveaway right about 9:30.
Man, those kids up on stage with Roger Goodell. Oh, well, it's one kid. He looks nervous as heck, man.
I would be. Are you kidding me?
This is.
I'm hearing maybe the Eagles traded up for pick 9. Is that what I'm hearing?
Really?
Tyler, if you can confirm that, we'll that's interesting.
Interesting. That makes me feel like they're going to take an offensive.
It is Bijan Robinson.
What? What? No.
Whoa. Is that why the Eagles are trying to trade up? They might, Tyler, they may have. We'll see.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, I had him going. Okay, I had him going 10 to the Eagles. I thought.
Whoa.
So,
wow. That's wild.
Okay. Our reaction might make you say, like, oh, man, you guys don't think highly of Bijan. No way, man. This is easily a top 10 player in the draft. Like, that's not a hot take whatsoever. If he was on a better team and not a team that underachieves as much as Texas, he probably wins a Heisman Trophy during his time at that whatever school that would have been. He was.
The Eagles are on the clock. Sorry to interrupt, Johnny. The Eagles are on the clock right now. Just they did trade up to number 9.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're talking probably Jalen Carter, Peter Skoronski. It's probably got to be one of the two. Because it would have had to be somebody they were afraid Chicago would take. So it's got to be Jalen Carter, Peter Skoronski here at 9 for the Eagles, in my opinion. Yeah. But man, I talked about a weapon at wide receiver for Desmond Ridder. They went out and got the best running back to take the pressure completely off.
Yeah, Austin just said in chat, they just went with ESPN best available. They must have been on auto pick. That's so, I mean, yeah.
I mean, the only reason that's our reaction is because of the devaluation of the running back position.
Right.
It doesn't make sense a lot of the times just high value to give big deals to running backs. That said, if you think this is a game changer, a franchise-changing player at running back, you can discuss that second contract at a later time. You get him for 5 full years and then potentially even a franchise tag. Bijan is the full package. He can even block out of the backfield. He's brilliant. He's great in between the tackles. Texas had one of the youngest offensive lines in the entire country this year, and that man was still producing like crazy. I still had him on my Heisman list through like week 10. And then I eventually had to rip him off because Texas just kept losing. But where they had such an inconsistent passing game, he was the one stalwart on that team. So I love Bijan Robinson. He was originally supposed to go to Ohio State. I think he might have won a Heisman Trophy to Ohio State because that man would have been running like crazy over the Big Ten. So that's a very interesting pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a game that is very telling of the new game plan and mindset of Atlanta going forward. This is going to be an offense focused on Bijan Robinson, not on Desmond Ritter or whoever plays quarterback. It will be focused on being a physical run team first. So,
And I mean, if you're
it's
Desmond
fun.
Ritter, not only number one, do you feel like your team's putting some faith in you by not drafting a quarterback, but they just gave you maybe the best available weapon in the draft.
Absolutely.
Like you got to be sitting there pretty happy with what just unfolded right here.
Absolutely.
Well, Philly did trade up, assuming they just did a swap with Chicago here. I'm assuming who's at 10. Interesting to see. Johnny, you're right. I think offensive lineman could be. I mean, look, this is an Eagles team that this is pretty much a luxury, right? Not only do you go 14-3, not only do you make a Super Bowl, come very close to winning it, but you have 2 first-round picks. You have the luxury, we thought, of maybe sitting back at 10 and drafting Bijan Robinson until the Falcons swiped him up. I mean,
you think Carter or Skoronski, Aaron? I think it's got to be one of the two because they had to be worried that Chicago was.
Yeah.
So it's got to be one of the
But
two.
they also had to trade with Chicago to get to that position, which is interesting. So they traded with Chicago, but it was with the understanding, I assume, that they wouldn't be drafting the player that Chicago wants. I got to agree with Austin. The Bears need Peter Skoronski. I have a hard time thinking that the Bears would say, yeah, we're going to take Peter Skoronski, but yeah, sure, go ahead, jump in front of us and maybe take him. My gut says Jalen Carter, but again, I'm throwing my mock draft away. It's on fire. I'm burning it. I'm drowning it.
So
whatever
do
I can do to
it. If the Eagles take Skoronski here at 9 because it's the right number,
yeah, you would get a point. Yep. Which is probably how one of us is going to win this ridiculous thing.
Yeah, I'm glad we did the new point this year because otherwise we'd get no points at the end of the. I also get a point, I guess, if Chicago takes them in the next pick because
you're right.
Still Chicago, right? I still get a pick?
You're correct.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Okay. Well, so it's got to be one of those two. I know Christian Gonzalez. I just don't think you. I don't think you trade up. Like that just doesn't make sense. Okay, here we go. So they flip picks, and the Bears got a 4th round pick for next year.
Okay, so not a lot to move up, which again makes sense if the Bears are essentially saying, as long as we're not trying to draft the same player, we don't really care because you're going to draft who you want. We're going to draft who we want at 10. The pick is in for Philadelphia. Yeah. This is wow, what a start to this draft. Oh my gosh,
scintillating.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say thank you to all you guys that are watching on YouTube. It's a lot of fun having you here. Thanks for all the comments. It's good to see you there. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, it's free, and we're going to have more NFL draft content coming out, including draft grades after this event. So thanks for doing that. Appreciate you guys being here. This has been a lot of fun. My goodness.
Yeah.
Look, I got to catch my breath.
This is a question of like an heir apparent at Philly, really, right? So like Peter Skoronski, Lane Johnson's getting old. They're excellent, but they're at their lines of scrimmage. They are getting older and getting closer to retirement. So Peter Skoronski could be that replacement at the offensive line, or you have Jalen Carter coming in for maybe Fletcher Cox in the future. So who's the heir apparent going in at the?
It is Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter. That's what I figured. Okay.
Yeah. Well, then I'm almost certain that Peter Skoronski is to Chicago, but who knows? Who knows? Well, good for Jalen, man. I know we talked a lot about that. The off-field issues. He is maybe the best player in this entire draft. He has a lot of talent. A lot of kids make mistakes in college. You don't want to, hold that over them for forever. Obviously, all of that stuff that went on was was terrible there at Georgia. But we all make dumb mistakes in college. Hopefully, he's able to get into a really, really stable and solid franchise like Philly. He has guys like Fletcher Cox to learn from, to learn how to be a pro, learn how to work. That is a fantastic situation and landing spot for Jalen Carter. He couldn't be in a better spot in this draft. So for his sake, perfect for him.
Yeah. And again, we've been talking about this. Michael just asked the question, how mad will you be if it's not Skoronski here? asking Austin
be
that
furious.
question, who joins us here, big Chicago fan. Austin, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, so pick 10. We went through this whole ordeal of Chicago trading back one spot. Again, I'll say it again. I think it's because they knew the Eagles weren't going for Skoronski. It's still available. We can get into this debate, and I know Johnny's ready to have it, whether the Bears should take an offensive lineman or defense. The reality is they need both. But in our opinion, protecting Justin Fields is kind of mission number one. I'm curious your thoughts, though, as we get into this Bears draft.
Yeah, I definitely think Peter Skoronski is probably your best bet here. Definitely need protection for Justin Fields.
Yeah.
The defense was really bad last year, though. And Chicago is normally a team known for having great defense. And you already have like a pretty good secondary, but the defensive line is nowhere. So you definitely need either like an edge rusher or just someone up front to stop the run. So I think it could go both ways. But I think Peter Skoronski is definitely the best bet, especially just because the Bears traded back, not getting Jalen Carter.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it just makes sense to go offensive line here.
How mad will you be if it's like Nolan Smith? Because that's who, at this point, I'm thinking like it's probably Nolan Smith. Like literally they're going to take a pass rusher from Georgia. That seems like something Chicago would do. How upset will you be if they go defense instead of offensive protection piece?
It would be slightly upsetting. I definitely think there was moments last year during the season where the offensive line was completely healthy and they looked good. You had those times where Justin Fields was putting up the big numbers. He showed that he can be a great quarterback. And that was when the offensive line was healthy. Now, the offensive line struggled to stay healthy. So maybe the coaching staff knows, maybe the ownership knows that with a healthy offensive lineman, they have a good chance and they'd rather go defense. So like I'm okay with either. But just watching as a fan, it feels like the offensive line is what is needed.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, and I've been there as a Lions fan recently. Thankfully, we're, I think, out of this situation where you need everything. The good thing for Chicago is they have 10 draft picks, including a couple of second rounders and a third rounder, which means that they can address the defense at that point. Because 20 sacks as a team was the lowest in the NFL. Your leading sack getter was Jaquan Brisker with 4, and he does not play on the line.
No,
so
he does not.
It's a need, but I'm with you, Austin. I'm curious too because I think last year at this time, that's what I was trying to say. We talked about. I think you had even mentioned like a Chicago Bulls game, and they were chanting for the coach to be fired. You're now in year 2 of general manager Ryan Poles and new head coach. I'm curious if the morale is better. Like, yes, it was a very bad season, but is there hope? Like, Chicago was relatively big spender. Like, they traded the number 1 overall pick. They got a guy like DJ Moore. Is there a little bit more satisfaction in the current kind of way forward? Or is it still like, well, until we don't go 3-14, we're not going to be that excited?
There's definitely satisfaction. Just with Justin Fields' performance, you can see that he's going to be something good, whether or not he's doing it as a Bears player or somewhere else. But there's definitely the hope that, hey, we have a good quarterback. It's not Andy Dalton.
Right.
And then with the coaching, yeah, it's going to take a couple years. Matt Eberflus is definitely running like a different sort of strategy than what was done there previously. So, getting different players in, especially I think on the defensive side, kind of switching up formations. You have a lot of players who are used to running a certain style of defense, and that's basically changing around. So a lot of players that were playing out of their position last year. So there's definitely a lot of hope. Typically it was, offense was still pretty run heavy. And with Montgomery getting traded away during the offseason, it'll be to the Lions. Yeah.
See how that goes.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see Khalil Herbert and others step up and how the offensive run game will go.
All right,
whether or not
The pick is in.
Darnell
It's Darnell
Wright.
Wright. So it is an offensive tackle, just not the one that we
Wow.
thought. Now, I will
Well,
say, Johnny, the interesting thing about Skoronski, because they went the guy with
Wow.
Tennessee, there's a lot of thought that Skoronski, although incredibly talented, maybe the best offensive lineman in this draft, he's a little bit smaller in terms of his wingspan. Maybe he's better suited for a
Yeah.
guard. So maybe Chicago's looking for a guy that they know for sure can be a tackle, and they're
Sure.
looking for that in Darnell Wright. But they went lineman, so you were
Wow.
correct. You were correct in that. We both had
Yeah.
different linemen. Ended up not being any of those, but
But
that's
they
the right
even
pick.
script Broderick Jones. I did have that
Yeah.
fleeting thought of like maybe they like Broderick Jones from Georgia a little bit better, but I had Darnell Wright as most of the way. I had him honestly borderline for second round pick, and then he clearly elevated to be the fourth best tackle in the draft, and that typically is going to be taken in the first round. But I had him all the way down at 22 to Baltimore. Doesn't mean I don't think he's a great player. Put on the Alabama tape, he completely shut down Will Anderson.
Yeah.
You didn't hear from Will Anderson in that entire game. So very, very interesting pick. He really honestly struggled until this last season and popped like most of the Tennessee offense this year. So I'm very intrigued. He's more, in my opinion, probably a right tackle. But I don't know the ins and outs of the Chicago Bear offensive line well enough to know if you can't be sliding people around a little bit. So
Right.
I mean, he's a big dude, even for offensive line standards. So you're still getting a large to be protecting Jalen Fields. So you know what? If you like him better as an offensive tackle, I'm all about it for Chicago. I at least like the philosophy here. What say you, Austin?
I definitely like the pick. In the notes I had made, it was definitely going to be either Peter Skoronski or Darnell Wright. And I think having some protection for Justin Fields, no matter where the position is on the offensive line, is going to be beneficial for the Bears this season.
Yeah. Expectations this year, Austin, for Chicago. You know, you saw Justin Fields pop a. Aaron Rodgers is now out of the division officially.
Yes.
What are your expectations, not just record wise, but what do you want to see out of Chicago that would be a successful year?
I think some expectations for the Bears are definitely getting some offensive consistency going on. You know, you had a couple games last year where Justin Fields just looked incredible, but then you had a lot of games where the offense just really struggled. So hopefully more consistency in the offense. And then, at times the Bears were scoring 30 points a game and they were still losing. So the defense needs to be able to step up this year and keep teams under, 25 points. And hopefully, that'll increase the Bears record. My goals this year are looking for like the Bears to hopefully be at least over 500, hopefully more like, 10-7. And I definitely think with Aaron Rodgers not in the division anymore, they definitely have a chance of getting to the playoffs. I know I said that last year, but always got to have high hopes.
I love it. No, that's good. I mean, you guys have the wide receiver weapons to now go for it. And Justin Fields is protected. Excuses are gone. Maybe there's a few shootouts, but
Yeah.
let's put him back there and let him rip. Second year under the head coach. Let's see what he's got. Hopefully it's some good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Austin, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on the pick. That's a need for Chicago. Again, it's kind of one of those teams that kind of everything's a need, but that's a good pick. Get that protection for Justin Fields. That's got to be priority number one. Good to see, even though we're technically division rivals, good to see that Chicago's making moves in the right direction, so it appears.
Yep. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
See, Austin. Aaron, I'm going to grab some water real quick.
Oh, that's not allowed. You're supposed to stream 4 straight hours with no beverage whatsoever.
Well, I'm out of water and I don't have Gatorade,
right.
so
That's fine.
I'm just happy the pup's been passed out near the window this whole time. But I'm sure the mascot will make an appearance. This is about his bedtime, but he's been asleep like the last hour, so he'll still make an appearance. Don't worry, everybody. Everyone who's here just for the dog, like he'll be here.
Yeah. And if you're here for us, that's good too. We appreciate that. Yeah. So Tennessee on the clock right now, pick number 11. By the way, we are about to close out the merch giveaway. So I just reposted the link in chat. That's available right there. We will draw a winner here shortly. Tennessee's on the clock. I'm curious because I think the situation for them is they drafted Malik Willis last year. They've got Ryan Tannehill at quarterback. I wouldn't be shocked if this team pulls the trigger on Will Levis at quarterback. I'd be maybe slightly surprised, but it's a need. The offensive line is kind of in rework. It's a team that looks like maybe they're in a rebuild. There's been some rumors that Derrick Henry might even get traded. Now, I think those are more rumors than anything that's realistic. But the bottom line is this is a team in Tennessee that I think they're facing, again, bad division. Let's make that clear. But they went 7-10 in a bad division, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a team that could be looking at themselves in the mirror saying, okay, do we need a full rebuild? Like, what's going on here? Johnny, while you're away, I'm saying this could be a Will Levis pick. It wouldn't shock me. I'd be a little bit surprised, but it could be, especially because maybe they didn't think Will Levis would fall to them at 11.
Right. I would be surprised just because Tennessee's a very well-run, conservative type of franchise.
New general manager, I should add. But yes, agreed.
But I do believe they need a full. Derrick Henry's getting old. Ryan Tannehill is not going to improve, and he was hurt a lot last year.
Yeah.
You're lacking your wide receiver options on the outside, and you don't have a lot of cap space to make any quick fixes. You have a lot of needs, therefore. If I'm Tennessee, this is where I would actually love to. If not, I'm going to take best player available. That's Peter Skoronski. You did lose. What's the left tackle?
Taylor Lewan.
Taylor Lewan. He's finally gone. Not that there, if you like. Broderick Jones is also still available. You do have Nolan Smith if you want to improve at the pass rush. Cornerback, again, Christian Gonzalez is still available. Gosh, I've been saying his name a lot. Didn't think I would be.
Who thought? Yeah, here at 11.
Ooh.
It is Peter Skoronski, the pick.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that's a best player available pick. And I don't disagree. Even if you have to slide him in, they're going to need to go into a full rebuild.
Yeah.
And I think when you're in that situation, you take the best player on the board. I think it's a really, really solid pick for Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This makes a lot of sense. All right, so pick number 11. We got back-to-back offensive linemen. So there we go. That puts puts the Lions back on the clock. So let me get mentally prepared for that real fast.
Yeah, and more just, Peter Skoronski, like, it's easy to lose him being awful Northwestern was this year.
Yeah. I think he allowed one sack in his career. Like, that's insane.
Right. And Northwestern's going to have a first-round pick and most likely a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And that just feels insane for a team that won, Aaron, I believe, one game. And it was the first game of the seain in Ireland against Nebraska, which barely even counts. So
no, don't tell that to the Wildcats. Come on now.
It barely even counts. Not so much for the Ireland thing, more playing Nebraska.
Yeah, I got you.
Gosh, Detroit sprinted up to take their pick. So I think they are taking Christian. I think they're thrilled that he's still up there. Yeah. They're sprinting up there to take him. Give me my give me my point. They're running up there to get Christian Gonzalez. They're like, are you kidding me? I originally had Detroit taking him at 6. And the fact that he's still there at 12, I think that would be a home run for them. The last thing on Tennessee, because Jacksonville's ascending. Houston is rebuilding, but they're beginning that rebuild right now. If you could, and so is Indianapolis. You could argue Tennessee's almost behind the 8 ball to where I still would expect Tennessee to potentially be better than Indianapolis and Houston this year, just because like Vrabel's an outstanding coach. I think he's very, very good. I don't think Derrick Henry's necessarily going off a cliff, even though his best days are behind him. And if Ryan Tannehill's healthy, he's the second best quarterback in that division this year. Even if Stroud is outstanding, and Anthony Richardson ends up playing and he's out, they're rookies. They won't be better than a healthy Ryan Tannehill this first year, most likely.
Right.
So they're kind of in that worst spot where you're not really rebuilding, but you're also not really competing, where you almost need to force a blow up. I like the pick though. You can never have too many good offensive linemen. Taylor Lewan is gone. Good pick.
They just picked Jahmyr Gibbs.
What? Jahmyr Gibbs at 12?
I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like that's a reach. I feel like you could have got him at 18.
Why?
I mean, running back was a need. And I actually mocked potentially.
Jamal Williams is gone.
Jamal Williams is gone.
What?
That feels like a reach. I like him.
What?
I like him. That feels like a reach. Yeah, Michael.
I was kind of
agrees
hoping
with
he'd
me.
be there for. I was kind of hoping he'd be there for the Bengals,
Right.
At 28, and at 28, I would have loved the pick.
Jeez.
And he's an
defense was such a need though.
outstanding-
Like this was
Yes.
a team that makes the playoffs easily if you have not the. It's on the screen
Yeah,
there.
I
The
don't get
29th worst. Like I don't know.
Aaron, I don't get it. Actually,
don't
this
either.
is the pick that makes the least amount of sense. Maybe that.
Yeah. Austin pointed out
Like,
we got David
truly.
Montgomery in the offseason. That's true. This is a different kind of running back. And maybe it's
Yes.
maybe
Yes.
it's Dan Campbell saying, hey, I can do all kinds of things with this player who is honestly kind of Alvin Kamara like in terms of his ability to do just
Yeah.
all kinds of different things. But feels like a reach to me.
That's what I had him going to the Saints because I felt like he's Kamara's replacement.
Right.
A very Alvin Kamara. He needs to work on his pass protection.
Yeah, he does.
He got benched several times by Nick Saban for letting Bryce Young get killed in the backfield.
Yeah.
And now it was his first year at Alabama after transferring to Georgia Tech. So pass protection can be a little complicated to pick up quickly. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. He's obviously a first-round talent. 12 is way too high. Aaron, I completely agree. You could have gotten him at 18. Defense is such a need. He's going to make the offense more dynamic, especially with Jared Goff, who's good, but not special.
Yeah.
He's
I'm with
definitely
you.
going to make the offense better. Jamal Williams is gone. He's different than David Montgomery, as you mentioned, Austin. I just feel like it's a reach. It's not a great value pick.
Yeah.
And it's not a huge need. So I would have liked to see them go in a different direction. All of these picks make these teams better for obvious reasons. But Aaron, you're reacting that way, and I have a really where I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
I just don't know about that.
All right. Well, we got to move on from the Lions because the Green Bay Packers are on the clock. We're excited to be joined by Darren, who's joining us to give us the perspective of a Green Bay Packers fan. So if you can, we're ready for you, Darren, if you're there. Look, weird times, and we'll get back to Detroit because they're on the clock here in 2 more minutes, essentially. But Darren, thanks for joining us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you. You got me.
Yeah, you're a little fuzzy, but we got you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for being on. First and foremost, we got to ask you because it's the news of the week. How's life post Aaron Rodgers? Like, what are the emotions? Is it relief? Is it, oh no, what are we going to do now? Because now we're going to have a different starting quarterback since 1998 without Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. I'm curious your thoughts on this whole saga that's been going on for a couple years now.
Honestly, I've kind of been done with him ever since he left the field the last time at the end of the season against Detroit.
Sure.
It seemed like he was done and gone at the end of that game. So I don't think it's sad. It's none of that. It's like it just seemed like it was time to move on. The organization drafted his replacement a few years ago, and at some point you got to let him play before you have to pay him one way or the other. So.
Yeah,
Do you
and the
like
Jets
the
are
whole
paying him. He's supposed to
do
make
you like the
$100 million
haul for-
next year. So, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Like the haul for the trade for giving up Rodgers. I thought it was pretty good.
They got essentially 2 first-round picks, a second-round pick for a guy that wasn't going to play for them anymore.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't trade him, I mean, they were going to sit him, and it wasn't. He was done. They were done. It was over. So it was time, and they got a good haul for him, and that's a win. So the question now, can Jordan Love play?
Yeah.
Is the question.
And to follow on with that, is the question, do you think, can the Packers protect him, or can the Packers give him weapons to throw to? Like, in your opinion, what if, again, staring down the barrel of pick 13 now, what's the priority here, do you think?
Yeah, well, it would be completely out of character for the Packers to take a wide receiver here.
Right.
That'd be just
It'd be
slapping
funny.
Rodgers on the backside on the way out. That would
Which would
just
be hilarious.
Cruel irony, that's for sure. But offensive line, definitely a situation. They've put a lot into that over the last few years, but they've got some aging pieces that they need to replace. Specifically a left tackle, perhaps, that they look at Broderick Jones or something like that from Georgia.
Yeah, Johnny's really rooting for that because that's who he's got in his mock draft. So
I can't get anything right today, Darren. So I'm hoping I get that one at least.
Well, if the Lions keep it, you're never going to get anything right because that was beyond a reach.
Yeah.
I'm lost on that one, but
yeah.
Oh my.
Is it because Jared Goff just loves his like 2-yard screens, and so they're like, who better to catch a 2-yard screen than a guy that did it all his college career? But
well, that is true. That is.
The Lions thought that their offense was so good last year they needed to be a little better, and that will help their league worst defense.
Right.
So
yeah.
I thought if I was wrong, they were going to take like Nolan Smith. Like they weren't going to take a corner. They'll take like. Nope. No. Like
I also would not be surprised if this was Nolan Smith for the Packers. That would not surprise me at all. Their last 3 round picks have been defensive players from Georgia, so that would not surprise me at all.
Yeah.
If it is a wide receiver, maybe
Lucas Van Ness from Iowa. There's the pick.
Lucas Van Ness.
Johnny, I tried to tell you that he would be a higher pick than you had him. I don't think you even had him in your first round.
He was a late riser, and I didn't react quick enough for Lucas Van Ness getting up here. But wow, I'm surprised he went ahead of Nolan, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, surprises, but he fits the Packers profile of player they draft in the first round. It's big, athletic,
And you know, he played in one of the best defenses in all college football. Like we mocked Iowa consistently throughout the season. But part of that was because they had the second best defense in the country behind Georgia. And Lucas Van Ness was a big part of that. He's an outstanding player. He plays in a pro style defense, so he's going to be ready to go. And you're right, Darren. It's more in character for him to take a defensive lineman than it is for him to take a wide receiver. Although, for irony's sake, I honestly really wanted to take like Jordan Addison or Jackson Smith and Jigba just to kind of give one to Aaron Rodgers on the way out.
Right.
It would have been a cruel way to end him, yes. But this makes a lot of sense. Pass rush was a need last year. You know, they lost Rashawn Gary to injury halfway through the season, and after that they had the aging Preston Smith and a 5th round rookie who played well, but that was the depth of the position. So they needed to address that and move forward. So no doubt that this round there will be position players added, receivers or tight ends and like that, about the young quarterback. But it's right on cue with the Packers to take a pass rusher, big athletic pass rusher in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, Darren, thanks so much for jumping on with us. Thanks for giving us your insight as a Packers fan. I would say best of luck, but do I mean it? Not really. Hope you guys suck.
Don't worry. At some point, Packers against Lions. Somebody will be on the verge of making the getting eliminated, and it'll come down at some point this year. So
yeah, for sure.
Plan on it.
It's inevitable. So, no, yeah, for real. The best of luck to you guys this season. Hopefully, it's a good draft for the Packers. And good pick. A needed pick for Green Bay. So,
good pick.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being here. Appreciate your commentary on this.
See you, Darren.
All right. Well, Johnny, we have a trade. We have the looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers who moved up to where New England was going to pick. So let's analyze that a little bit. So Nolan Smith is a guy that we actually both had to New England. That pick honestly makes a ton of sense for Pittsburgh too. But I'm not sure that's why maybe it is why they're moving up, but that's a decent jump up from, let's see, they were originally.
Aaron, I'll also say,
go ahead.
There's a couple things. One, Christian Gonzalez is still there.
That's true.
We originally had Joey Porter Jr. going to Pittsburgh. One, because that just felt right.
Yep.
Two, because of his dad and lineage there at 17. But you could argue Christian Gonzalez, the better corner, is still there available. However, we've seen 3 offensive linemen now go.
That's
Pittsburgh needs an offensive lineman, and the only first-round grade offensive lineman,
Broderick Jones.
Well, not the only one left, but the last tackle I have left in the first round with a grade is Broderick Jones. Yep. Could this be oh crap, like New England might take one. The Jets could easily take Broderick Jones. That would be a shock. So you have 2 teams that they're really trying to get ahead of to make sure that they get their offensive linemen. That would be my assumption. But everything I've said so far tonight has been wrong. Okay. And it looks like the Patriots received a 4th-round pick later on in this year's draft to make that swap with the Steelers.
All right.
So I would expect a Nolan Smith or Broderick Jones. Broderick Jones would be my main guy to look out for here.
Yeah. Well, it's always a good time when you can get the podcast crew together. So Josh, what's up, man?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Oh yeah, I love doing all right. I'm glad Johnny just left.
Yeah, I took one look at you and said, yeah, no, I can only do the once a week quota.
I didn't have a terrible towel with me. That is still up in St. Louis, but I wore yellow.
Yeah.
Over black. That's as close as I can get. You sent me the text. I got into a panic, dropped all of my Greek, and went straight into these things. We were looking at potentially doing like. I was thinking they would do something like Joey Porter or Darnell Washington. I just saw that the pick is in. I haven't seen.
Darnell's gone, so he's gone.
Darnell's gone. Oh shoot!
But Broderick Jones is still there, Josh. So it's still a first round. Okay. I mean, I had him a little ahead of Darnell Wright. With the trade up, I think it's Broderick Jones. But me and Aaron have been wrong about everything. Yeah. So that would be my assumption. It's Broderick Jones, but we'll see. Mostly because New England and the Jets would potentially take
it. Is Broderick Jones.
It is Broderick Jones.
Okay, cool. That makes sense.
Perfect sense.
It makes sense because you need that protection from Kenny Pickett. Also consider some of the defenses in that division too. I mean, the Bengals have been good. The Ravens have been really good. You need that protection. See what you got in Kenny P.
Exactly. I think that's perfect. I was just looking at stats.
It's a great pick.
Absolutely. I was looking at stats last year. And frankly, we saw Steelers were pretty much middle of the road. They're, most polls I was seeing are ranking them anywhere from 15 to 20 as far as 2022 power rankings, kind of finishing out the year. Not terrible. And definitely what a good sign was that a team that I think started 3-5 or 3-7 was able to become an actual with some luck, a potential playoff at least berth. And so shoring up Kenny Pickett's protection, I think just demonstrates, I think it's still out to see. I think we're still out to see whether or not Pickett is a franchise guy, whether or not this is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I'm not going to pretend that he's Joe Burrow or anything, but seems to have the confidence, seems to have some poise that is not common among every rookie quarterback. Yeah. So, and you know what? Freaking better than Mitch. So I'll take that.
There it is.
So demonstrating some protection for them, for him, I think is a good sign, and will hopefully give him time to not get 9 concussions.
Yeah. I think it's a great pick. I think it's been a needed pick. Honestly, the last 2 years, they finally spent the first round pick, and they even traded up a few spots to Patriots and Jets. I really respect that pick. My only concern with Broderick is the typical concern when it is a Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson player that can be inconsistent is, are you a product of the brilliant talent and other players around you? Or do you just kind of get lost in the shuffle because you're But being an offensive lineman, you're just not always going to be on the highlight path. So that's the question with Broderick Jones, because you're not, you're playing in the SEC, you're playing a lot of really good talent, but not a lot is being asked of you compared to somebody who might play at another program. That is always the question. I really liked him coming into this draft.
What are you saying that SEC schools are historically not like defensive powerhouses?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying to all those others. But it is just a question, more just coming from that program. You always do have to ask those questions of, okay, not a lot was asked of you. You rarely were isolated by yourself to go up against a Will Anderson, to go up against, a Tyree Wilson type of talent and left alone to do it by yourself. That's going to happen in the NFL. Are you able to hold your own in that situation? And so we'll see. We'll see. That's just the only question I have about him. He's a solid, fundamentally sound offensive tackle, though. And the Steelers usually do well with those type of things.
Yeah. You got to reinvent the Pouncey brothers somehow, right?
Does he have a brother?
Yeah, that's true. That they should have drafted exclusively on who has a sibling that may also be able to make it to the league.
He might. I don't know.
Yeah.
I go with shortest name. I go with shortest. Yeah. If I can do one syllable per, if I could just fill an entire roster with guys named Mac Jones,
right.
I'd be happy.
Josh, expectations this season / what other position groups would you like addressed?
What a great question.
Because we know they're going 500. That's a given.
That's at this point, yeah. Man, don't like the Bengals. And Lamar re-upped today, right?
Oh yeah, he did. Yes.
Josh? Yes. Lamar
yeah. He's the highest paid quarterback in football right now, or the highest paid player.
Very sad.
So you know what?
Very sad about
that. And he did that without an agent, right?
Yep.
Did he though? I think he got an agent in the end, didn't he?
He may.
I didn't.
Maybe not.
Did,
I don't know.
I from what I've heard, he didn't, because at least the conversation online was all the sports commentators from 4 months ago saying it was terrible that he wasn't. They're now saying it's great.
I was one of those commentators.
We were one of those people too. Oh no, we were all
they said he saved $3 to $7 million, and some of. Okay, but if you're getting 250, was the 7 really worth the headache of this? Because truly, isn't that what an agent's for? It's just hey, let me remove the anxiety and headache of the situation. And when you're getting 258 mil, what's 251? I don't know. In a way, I'm kind of I still feel like I'm not totally wrong on that, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Steelers, not Ravens.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm hoping for 500. I think for me, I did not see. We saw it near the end of the season, but I don't think I've seen Kenny fully comfortable and again fully protected to make the decisions that they wanted to make. Trying to remember how many times he got out with weird concussions and injuries. I think I'm ready for just a full healthy season just to see what he's doing. I don't have any lofty expectations of clinching the division or anything, but I think given the increasing progress that was kind of backloaded in the season, I think it's totally reasonable to hope for a wild card spot at the very least, and maybe maybe a surprise victory in that. So that's what I'm hoping to see. I was trying to look through. I feel like the Steelers have just been kind of, I was looking at rankings, looking at kind of roster stuff. They're just mid-pack in most of this, and so I think any sort of improvement on either end is going to be needed. They're usually 15th and 20th as far as just overall offensive and defensive rank as far as points allowed, points scored. They were terrible with touchdown averages last year, which is no surprise to any of us. So I expect that number to increase a touch. I think they averaged 0.7 a game.
Yeah, they were the 26th overall offense out of 30. Exactly. Not ideal.
Right. Which is again, didn't play football, but I've heard that that's not great.
Yeah.
So so any sort of improvement, any sort of investing into Kenny and giving him not only some weapons, but honestly, just frankly, time to throw, and we'll see what he's got.
Yeah. Well, Josh, I can say this because Johnny won't be able to. Best of luck to your Steelers this season.
Hey, thank you. Best of luck to your Lions.
Thank
Steelers
you.
suck.
We'll do a little handshake between ourselves.
Tell Joe to go get another set of glasses. He keeps wearing those like stupid rectangles that are
exactly.
No one cares about it. No one cares about his violet ombre like rectangle glasses. I mean,
I do. I think they're sick, but
they're very cool. But it's every single
take
press
it.
conference. It's the only picture I see of him these days.
Yeah.
He's
Can't
got other
take
outfits.
being second best, not even second best in the division for 2 years. That's
We'll
all it
see.
takes. Steelers fans lose their nerve.
that's right.
Hey, we earned all 6 rings without having to resort to a once in a lifetime quarterback. Like we had multiple skills. Oh,
That's
one
right.
sec.
All right, Josh. We'll let you go,
Oh.
but thanks for jumping on with us.
Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you so much. I just sent me a request. I just got barbecue.
That's so Texas.
Oh man.
But yeah, I got a little half pound of brisket, barbecue sauce, mac and cheese, green beans. I'm about to go enjoy myself right now.
You do that.
Mm.
All right, Josh.
Best of luck,
Enjoy
guys.
the
Happy
barbecue,
draft
man.
day.
We'll talk to you later.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that was perfect. All right, so the Jets, the pick is in. Tyler's jumping on with us now. We're just we're rolling with.
What's up?
What's
Good
up, man?
jersey, man.
How you
like
doing?
my Jets jersey? I got a good Jets jersey on tonight.
Yeah, I love it, man.
This has been a crazy draft.
Oh my gosh, dude! I feel like
I
Chad. I'm not trying to ignore
bombed
you. I know there's a lot going on.
This has been my worst mock draft ever, and I expected that, but I expected it to be a tad better.
I think Josh loves this because he loves all the chaos. So this has been a great draft for him.
Yeah. So my pick for the Jets is actually, and I thought this was a weird pick, and I would be way off on it, but I've been completely off on the ones that I thought were a sure thing. I had Jordan Addison here at 14 to the Jets. Maybe they just go for it. All the offensive linemen are kind of gone at this point that I thought were first round. Maybe you just, I know Aaron Rodgers doesn't like the kids, but maybe you go get a wide receiver.
Right.
I don't know. You Tyler, what do you think? Who they take?
I don't think they do receiver. As hard as that is, I don't see another receiver going into them.
Yeah. So the Jets are obviously at a very interesting scenario, right? They brought in Aaron Rodgers, that whole trade. We just talked with Darren about the Green Bay Packers. I'm in agreement with him. I felt like Green Bay got the way better end of that deal. Does it make the New York Jets an actual Super Bowl contender? Maybe because the defense was so good. I know Johnny has opinions on this.
Nope. Not even
It
close.
depends on what they do in this draft. But they only have 5
make the
picks in this
playoffs.
draft. Yeah, I think they probably could.
They're going to be an easy wild card.
I don't think
know
easy.
how it's gonna
I don't
end,
even
really.
think easy.
Yeah, well,
I don't even know. Only because it's the AFC. If the Jets existed in the NFC, But the whole just anointing of the Jets and pretending like Aaron Rodgers actually an off-season work. Like, if I see he's actually at like optional OTA and like focusing on like getting together with the team, maybe I'll
Will
rethink
McDonald
my
from
take.
Iowa State is the pick, guys.
Wow.
This early?
Dude,
What?
I was going to say, isn't Skoronski still on the board?
He's not.
He's gone.
No, he's gone. Okay.
Oh,
They had Nolan Smith was one guy. I
gosh.
thought
Well,
that
Nolan
they could
Smith
go
was
for.
there though. If you're
Yeah,
taking a,
That's
He's
what I thought they would
there.
go for him. Either
Now-
him or even a Brian Branch go for a safety and pull
Right.
someone else in. Like,
I really bounce back and forth with Will McDonald being a first round. Him and Van Ness were really tough for me. I thought he might go in the first round, but I thought if he went in the first round, it'd be Buffalo, Cincinnati,
Right.
like they're at the last 4 or 5 picks. This is way higher, and I'm shocked he's ahead of Nolan Smith.
what's going on with that one? Why has he dropped so far? Because I feel like he would have been drafted by now,
Yeah.
especially
Well-
with this pick right here.
I had him at 14 originally, so I don't.
Okay.
I haven't had necessarily dropping a ton. I just expected him to. Well, I had New England taking him, so they traded back.
Yeah.
So if he gets past New England at 17, then I'll start kind of asking some questions.
Yeah.
But Wow.
Because New England traded back. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we have Washington, New England, Detroit. Hopefully he'll get picked between one of those three.
gosh.
Tyler, I got a question for you. So you're kind of the resident fantasy football expert. So Will Levis, we haven't talked about in a minute, but he's still available. He's not going here to Washington. I highly doubt. But well, I shouldn't say that. It's Washington. I don't know.
Washington's going to take Christian Gonzalez. Someone take my man from Oregon. Take
I'm
him.
shocked he's dropped so far.
Oh,
All right. My question
my
is,
guy.
going back to the quarterbacks though. So Bryce Young to Carolina, CJ Stroud to Houston, and Anthony Richardson to Indianapolis. Of those three, not that you're trying to draft these quarterbacks in your draft, but is there any one of those three that jumps off? Like, okay, if you ended up with one of those in your fantasy team, is any one of those in a better situation, do you think, from a fantasy perspective?
I think Bryce Young might be in one of the better situations, having Frank Reich as a coach.
Yeah.
He's a quarterback coach. We've seen it on the past teams that he's been on. So you're going to see a lot more. Yeah, they don't have many targets right now, but even with a quarterback coach, even mediocre targets can still turn into something for a guy. Stroud, I'm worried for him being in Houston. New coach, new organization, really. It's to see how he turns out. I'm kind of worried to see how he goes, but we'll see how the rest of the draft plays out. If they can acquire a couple more targets for him at receiver, having Singletary and then their other running back who was drafted last year. They're good on running back, but receivers in line, they're going to be hurting on. Richardson, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Just because the Colts are the Colts, they might pull something off. Might have had the biggest successful draft pick if he turns out to do something. If he struggles, then it's going to look like they tried and it bust. He's one of those. He has the biggest ceiling right now, but also he has the lowest floor. So you don't know what's going to happen with him.
Yeah. And of course, right away, there's probably a scenario where, okay, so even playing week one, maybe not for his sake. We've talked about it. Maybe hopefully not for
hopefully
so we can
not.
develop. You're right. Cause it's could be a boom or bust kind of pick for Indianapolis. Yeah. All right. So Washington's on the clock. We haven't really talked about them yet. Interesting year for them.
Era.
It is. That's what I was about to say. Sam Howell, they've made it pretty clear that he's going to be quarterback number one heading into training camp, which is good. He was last year's quarterback draft out of North Carolina or 2 years ago, whatever that was. So that's interesting. You've got Eric Bieniemy there now as the assistant head coach, new offensive coordinator, and we know what he's been capable of doing as a head or not as a head coach, somehow not as a head coach. That's still one of the NFL's biggest mysteries. But as an offensive coach with Kansas City for a long time, his pedigree kind of goes without saying. But it's a weird year for Washington. They went 8-1 in what was previously, it went from a bad division to maybe one of the best, considering you had the Eagles, the Giants, the Cowboys, and the Commanders all in that division. They announced, I believe today, that they're not picking up the fifth-year option for Chase Young. So that's interesting. Johnny, does that make you think they go defense here?
It doesn't, because the defense is their strength.
Yeah.
The line of scrimmage is already their strength. I think that's more about a just prove it with Chase Young. He had his injury with the ACL, and then he was still really that fifth-year option's a lot of money to commit to a player when you just aren't sure about him being on the field. So I think that's isolated. I had Dalton Kincaid here to Washington. Again, I didn't feel good about that pick, but maybe it being just kind of a wild draft so far, me just putting Dalton Kincaid ahead of Michael Mayer move, who knows? But it's Sam Howell. And right now you don't have a lot of, again, offensive linemen that I'd feel really about taking here at pick 16. So I would actually really, really like, if I was Washington in this situation, to get a weapon for my young quarterback to help him out. You already have Terry McLaurin, of course. Curtis Samuel's a nice piece as well. The running game is kind of by committee, but it's been solid. It's been okay. I would love them to see them go get a special weapon, go get a Dalton Kincaid, who's really versatile, an excellent pass catcher out there. Yeah. A really unique weapon. I actually think I put him there originally because I thought the fit would be really good. A kind of security blanket for a young quarterback trying to get his feet wet. So I don't know what you guys would like to see out of Washington, but I think it would actually be a really good move. I know they're in their weird franchise flux. Looks like the team's going to be sold, hopefully.
Yeah, Johnny, I'll tell you what I want. I want them to change their mascot because it stinks.
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah.
Their logo is not great either. Their field is literally a death trap. So fix that, please. Which maybe all this is solved with new ownership, but that's what I'd like to see from the Commanders. Yeah. You could have been the Washingtons. Like, what a missed opportunity.
That would have even been better.
That would have been great.
Should've just been the
Emmanuel
Washington
Forbes
Pips.
from Mississippi State is the pick there.
Wow.
Tell me how you really feel, Johnny. It's just because Detroit like paid somebody to get him at 18.
I know nothing. So I have a first round grade on Emmanuel Forbes. Again, this is just higher than I expected. I just don't know what's happened to Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
At this point, that's kind of really my biggest.
We both had him as a top 10 pick.
What is there? Is there something we missed? Did he score really bad on that S2 test too?
Dang it.
Did he do even worse than
That
CJ
stupid
Stroud?
S2.
Did he do even worse somehow? I mean, what is going on? I'm not shocked that they went defense. I'm shocked that they went Emmanuel Forbes. Listen, again, first round grade. I have Christian Gonzalez ahead of him. I have Deontay Banks from Maryland ahead of him. I have Cam Smith from South Carolina ahead of him. If we're looking at secondary, Brian Branch, safety out of Alabama. I had Emmanuel Forbes going to Philly at 30. And I really debated between him and Keely Ringo type of player as well. So I think he's a really good player. I'm surprised it's that high. Good for him. Can never have too many good corners, but not what I expected.
Yeah. Well, Tyler, before we let you go, you've got, of course, you're rocking the Bengals jersey. They don't have a pick for another little while, but curious what you'd like to see Cincinnati do with that pick and kind of your outlook on the season upcoming.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited for the season this year. Definitely am hoping, to be honest. I was thinking possibly a tight end like Kincaid. I was thinking either getting him, or if Mayor's available there, you might want to go for him.
Sure.
I personally like Kincaid a lot better. He's more of a vertical threat for a tight end, and with Burrow gunning it out, it might be a better option for him. But either one of those, if they're available, I would shoot for him right away. I was going to say running back, but Jahmyr Gibbs is already off the board. Thought he was going to drop down there.
Not a
Because you
first
never know
round.
with Mixon, you can even trade him at the end of the season and get something for him.
Yeah, sorry to
There
interrupt.
you go. There he is.
The Patriots
There
pick
he
was
is.
his.
Freaking New England.
Of
You
all
let the
teams.
Patriots get him at 17? They even got the
have a
trade
career.
back.
That's
Oh
sad to me
my
as a Lions fan too,
gosh.
because that would have been a good
He's
pick.
gonna
That would have
make
been a good pick
every-
with our Jahmyr Gibbs pick. Like
He's
you
going to make
That would have been great.
everyone pay. Everyone
Ended up
will
with a
pay.
great first round, Aaron. If they would have gotten him and Gibbs,
You could have had
that
Gibbs
would've
at this
worked
next
out.
pick. I just don't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to derail our whole conversation
man.
again.
Everyone will pay for passing up on Christian Gonzalez because you
yeah.
let him go to New England, who always has a crazy good secondary, and you let them trade back, and they still got him. There's no way on this earth that they expected Christian
Jeez.
Gonzalez to be there at pick 17. Oh,
Dang.
All right.
That
Well, Tyler,
hurts.
we'll sorry to cut you off, but we'll
No,
let you
you're
go. This draft's been insane. But thanks for joining us, man. It's always
Thanks,
good to have you on,
Tyler.
and I'm sure we'll talk
Yeah,
to you
thanks.
more as the season gets along, and we'll looking forward to it.
I hope the Bengals go tight end too.
Yeah,
Tyler.
good
I hope
selection there.
so. I hope so. Either that or cornerback, and just load up on cornerbacks. Like
Corner's
everyone else.
fine. Corner would
We'll
be
see.
fine.
We'll see. All right, you guys have a good one.
Thanks, man.
Bye,
It's
fun.
Tyler.
good talking to you.
Thanks. Or
All
they
right.
just go another wide receiver, get Jackson Smith and Jigba. Aaron, maybe we should just cancel the bet because neither one of us did anything.
By the way, sorry, I'm YouTube. I have not ignored you. I'm just things are a little crazy here. This draft has been a little nuts. Autumn said, "Can I just say I'm impressed with how well you're running this live stream? Netflix should take notes." And then said #LoveIsBlind reunion. Thank you, Autumn.
Got
That I appreciate that comment. Appreciate that a lot. Also appreciate the roast on Love Is Blind. So boom, got him. And then the other thing that I was supposed to announce like 45 minutes ago. We have a winner of the giveaway, and it is Curtis. So Curtis, congratulations
Curtis.
on winning the giveaway. I'll shoot you a message here probably tomorrow, because I would say after the stream, but after the stream's over, I'm going to bed. So anyways, yeah, but congratulations, Curtis. So we'll hook you up with some merch. For those of you that did not win and would really like some merch, I would encourage you to check out our store, fifthandgoalsports.com/merch to pick it up there. Can confirm, very comfortable. Yeah, go get it. It helps support everything we do here as well, if that's something you want to do. Okay, yeah, Curtis is in chat, so glad you got to see that.
Curtis.
Congratulations. Sorry, I was like 45 minutes late. Like literally I had it like written down on a note here, and there we go. We did it. All right, look, Detroit's back on the clock at 18. This is kind of the third time they've been on the clock. Obviously, they traded from 6 to 12, where they picked up Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not going to discuss it too much more because I know we've talked about it. It's happened already. Johnny, I just feel like Jahmyr Gibbs, you could have got him here. I just don't get it. You
That's
had
the
good
biggest reach of the
cornerbacks.
draft.
It is. And
The one thing, so it's one thing to me, if I can reactions.
Yeah.
It's one thing to me when you take Darnell Wright and you take him ahead of Skoronski and you take him ahead, of Broderick Jones.
Right.
You understood your need. You like that guy better. And you know what? As a team, they're the ones in the interview room. They're the ones working him out at the combine, going to the pro day. While that's maybe not what I would have picked, I watch so much college football, too much, that I should probably be looked at. That's one thing. Emmanuel Forbes, I had some cornerbacks ahead of him, but you saw a need you had and you just liked him better. Great. Totally understand. I don't understand the thought process of Jahmyr Gibbs from Detroit, though.
Yeah.
Did you need a running back at some point in this draft? Yes. But why aren't you looking at, let me go down to my rankings for my big board, if you will. What about a Tajay Spears from Tulane in the third round? What about A-Chain from Texas A&M?
Mm-hmm.
There's great value later on at the running back. See these guys get taken in the third, fourth, fifth round, and they're starting by week 2 or 3 on these teams.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. Again, first round grade on Jahmyr Gibbs. It's partly where you took him, and it's partly what team took him. We're like Bijan Robinson going to the Falcons. I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. You're a team begging for an identity, and you gave it to them with one pick. And I love that. I love the message that sends to your team. Even if that's not necessarily where I would have gone, I love that there's a clear message and a game plan forward for what kind of team you're going to be with Arthur. So Aaron, I feel you. I'm not a Lions fan, but I'm a little lost on.
I put this graphic back up again just so I don't feel insane, because I feel a little insane right now, right? It might be the Dayquil, but I think it's just my own insanity, right? You guys can all see this number, right? Wherever it is. I guess it's over here. That number, right? Number 29 on defense. I can't remember. One of our guests said it. I think it was Darren that said, like, wow, your number 5 offense you just didn't feel good enough about it. You had to get to number 4, number 3. The future's still really bright in Detroit. I'm not saying that this like somehow ruins my expectations that they actually win a division here, because I think they do. And also, it's worth noting that they made some moves in free agency to help shore up that secondary that just got torched. Now, you did lose Jeff Okudah, but the reality is, as much as I loved him as a Buckeye and he was good when he played, that was a big if, and it was rare and just in between when he would actually play. But they picked up Cam Sutton. They picked up Emmanuel Mosley. And I don't know if this is like an overreaction to some of the suspensions that were given out as part of this whole crazy bet scandal, if you will. But at the bottom line is really the only significant suspension from that is Jamison Williams, who's out for 6 weeks. And that's a huge bummer. But you also played most of last season without him and still got to 9 wins. So, I don't know. It's not going to happen, but if Detroit picks Will Levis, I'm shutting down this stream. I'm done. if they pick Will Levis.
Also, don't mind me. Draft tradition. Gotta have a little chicken finger
Nice.
sustenance, if you will.
Yep.
That's
I love it.
Always a draft tradition. Some mac and cheese.
Yeah.
In for the long haul, man. Gotta have the finger food.
Yeah. All right. YouTube chat. I haven't asked you guys too many questions, and I probably should have. But if your team has drafted already, what draft grade would you give your team? Or if you haven't drafted yet and you just like assigning grades, then sure, pick a team that you like or don't like their draft and give them a draft grade. Let us hear it. We'll discuss that.
Tell us who you want, man.
Yeah, or that. I know David's been talking. We're going to have him on in just a moment here, but he's talking. He loved Jackson Smith and Jigba to fall to 22, where Baltimore's.
No.
It might happen. Or Joey Porter Jr. I think obviously either one of those options would fit both a need and be really, really helpful. And Michael says Texans A+. I mean, Will Anderson and CJ Stroud's not too bad. It's not a bad start.
Yeah. Aaron, who are you hoping for, real quick?
Just anyone on defense. Nolan Smith. Jack Campbell. I'm okay with that. That's such a Dan Campbell. Literally, it's the same last name. That is such a Dan Campbell pick.
That's a very Dan Campbell pick.
Yeah,
I'm
okay with it.
I did not think Jack Campbell would go first round. Definitely.
What's
not
happening
all
with
the
Nolan
way at
Smith, though? That's actually a
18.
legitimate question.
Yeah, especially getting past New England at this. Given maybe New England takes him if Christian Gonzalez.
True.
And this is really high for Jack Campbell. It is. I now listen again. That Iowa defense, we didn't talk about them a lot this year because the offense was so putrid that Iowa wasn't relevant. But this was the second best defense in the entire country. They were outstanding. They're outscoring their offense in some of these games. Like, this is a team that not only knows how to take the ball away and get to the quarterback and create havoc, they scored with the ball. And Jack Campbell was part of that.
Yep.
You know, at linebacker, he's still intercepting the ball. He can get in pass protection. He can get after the quarterback. He's a really good player. He's a captain on that team. So it's a very culture fit for Dan Campbell and Detroit. And Aaron, I'm sure you're just happy because player. You really
Defense. Defense. Amazing.
Oh man.
This is such a Dan. And what do I mean by that? I mean, like, you've got the personality of like this hard nosed, like gut. Yep. And you saw that with Iowa. Johnny, you literally said it. At times he was literally their best offense. And I'm not even really being that sarcastic, you know, like he really was. But right now we're going to bring in our good buddy, David. David, what's up, man?
Hey,
wow.
How y'all doing?
Pretty good. I'm kind of curious how you're doing because your team basically made did make your boy Lamar Jackson the highest paid player in the NFL. I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I am ecstatic. You understand? Ever since he signed that contract, I've been going to war with people about this contract, but I am ecstatic about it. He's earned it. He's played hard enough for it. The MVP season, every year he plays. Granted, the last 2 seasons, he hasn't been able to finish because of health, but when he's playing, we're a top 3 team in the AFC by record. And you even look at the playoffs, if we have Lamar Jackson instead of Tyler Huntley, and I'm sorry, Johnny, but I think we win that game over the Bengals, pretty easily. But
that's not wrong at all, David. That's not wrong at all.
Yeah, but I'm just ecstatic, especially with the Odell signing. I know I've been talking about JSN and Joey Porter, but if what I really wanted to happen, it would be a D-Hop trade.
And that's been rumored. That I don't know if it's going to happen tonight, but it's been rumored that it'll happen soon and could be Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love for it to be Baltimore. I don't think he's going to come our way. Sadly, I just don't see Arizona making the move. I thought they would have traded him by now, especially with the 2 trades.
I would have too.
I was expecting that in the second draft compensation package, but but I'm doing good, especially with the Lamar signing today. I mean, just absolutely made my afternoon. So yeah.
Well, good. I know it's a few picks until Baltimore selects, but I'm curious who you're looking for. I think Johnny and I both have mocked kind of different ways, but looking at like cornerback or wide receiver, that kind of seems to be the 2 main thoughts for Baltimore.
Yeah. So my heart wants Jackson Smith. I mean, my heart wants Jackson Smith just to give Lamar another receiver on top of Odell. Pair him with Bateman, give him some time to learn under some vets.
Right.
Wonderful to see that. But with, we saw Marcus Peters play terrible last season. I mean, it's bound to happen after all the surgeries. I think Joey Porter is probably the more reasonable pick.
Yeah.
And if you really want me to dig deep into what our team really needs, it's an edge rusher. We need an edge rusher at this point.
Nolan Smith,
Well, speaking of edge rushers,
Yeah,
we just saw Tampa Bay take Kalijah Cansey from Pittsburgh. He is the highest kind of graded draft prospect from Pittsburgh since some guy named Aaron Donald, especially at that position. Johnny, real quick. Well, David, not to interrupt, but Johnny, just your real quick thoughts on that pick from Tampa Bay.
Second best defensive tackle grade in the draft for me. He was one of my biggest wild. I actually absolutely love the pick. Tampa, if Tampa couldn't trade out, this is a guy with incredible upside. He hasn't played a lot of football, so he could be absolutely out of the park, outstanding. You're going to pair him with Vita Vea there in the interior of that defensive line. That's going to be a hallmark of Buccaneers for a long, long time. I think it's an outstanding pick. Also, just from where their Tampa is in a full rebuild mode post Tom Brady.
Yep.
Bulk up on that interior defensive line, as well as the O-line. I'm sure we'll see that going on later on rounds. I think it's an outstanding pick for them. I had them going corner, but if you're Tampa, you just take guy with the highest upside, top of your board here. You need just about everything. So great pick.
Yeah. I actually thought they could take a swing at like some guy like Bijan if he made it that far. I just had a thought like if Philly didn't get him at 10, like maybe he would fall in their lap. I believe Tampa was one of the few teams that actually kind of had him for a top 30 visit, but obviously Bijan long gone. So anyways, but David, over to you again. I think you were talking Baltimore. I didn't mean to interrupt, but we wanted to get that draft pick in real quick from Tampa Bay.
No, it's all good, yeah. But I mean, we need an edge rusher. I think that was the biggest thing I saw last season with our defense is just a lack of presence over there. Ode Adopfoy just didn't perform how we wanted him to in his sophomore season. And there was definitely shown with all the time quarterbacks had to throw against us. So I'd love to see Baltimore pick up an edge rusher somewhere along the line. But round one, definitely. I mean, if it's not Jackson Smith, I think Joey Porter is going to get picked up by Seattle. So if it's not Jackson Smith, you'll see a trade down in the draft, a classic Baltimore move. Take these repicks later on.
Does the Odell signing give you any pause? It's my thought, at least with it being in Jackson's sense, is they're a little too close to a similar profile at wide receiver. That if you were going to go wide receiver, maybe a Jordan Addison, maybe you go Quentin Johnston, although that's kind of similar mold of Bateman. I think you're right, though. You're probably looking at Joey Porter. Nolan Smith is still on the board. I mean, if you want a pass rusher, man, that's not so bad.
Yeah, it's not at all. Honestly, if we do draft a wide receiver, I don't even think it'll be JSN. I think it'd probably be Zay Flowers. I think they take Zay Flowers and line him up on the outside, in the slot.
He's so good, dude.
I don't like that, which means it'd be a good pick.
He's so good.
Especially moving on from Marquise Brown. I mean, it makes sense in my mind to put Zay Flowers out there. You can work on the hands at any level. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm excited for what's going to happen. I'm just excited to have Lamar back. I mean, that made my draft.
Yeah.
I thought you guys might even go O-line, but those guys went even faster than I expected. So at this point, I don't see anybody. I had Darnell Wright. That's probably not going to happen. I would expect probably a corner for you guys or Nolan Smith. Another, if you do want a just pure replacement for Hollywood Brown, Jalen Hyatt, is also that burner on the outside. If that's what you're looking for, just for Lamar to chuck the ball downfield to, that would be your pure replacement if you're looking in that direction. But
that's what I like of college football right there. Is you said a name, I had no idea who that was.
This man scored 5 touchdowns against.
Yeah, you said Alabama.
Yes.
Oh, I like that. That sounds good.
Yeah, you'd probably like him too if he ended up as a Raven. I think fans would fall in love pretty fast.
Oh yeah, I'd love anybody we put on this out there. Honestly, at this point, I just want someone who can with Odell. That's all I want.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
suffered in so many wide receiver rooms that have been terrible. We deserve this.
yeah, maybe you'll actually use your guys as wide receivers instead of just shoulder.
Like Todd Monken?
Yeah, instead of just a tight end. Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be
Just
nice.
a thought. I don't know. That's pretty
Yeah,
out
just
there
a
to
thought.
use a wide receiver, but
Yeah. Have him as something more than a run blocker.
yeah, exactly. More than a decoy. It's like army wide receivers out there.
Exactly.
Anyways, all right. Well, David, thanks for joining us, man. Best of luck to your. Again, this is something that I can say that Johnny cannot. Best of luck to your Ravens this year. I hope it's a good season. Enjoyed getting your feedback on a pick here coming up. Just in a few picks, we'll see what the Ravens do. But yeah, best of luck to you guys.
Thanks for having me. I can't wait to see you guys when we're in the AFC Championship.
That's right. I love how I dropped. Didn't even give Johnny a chance to respond to that.
Didn't even give me a chance. All that after the Knicks trash talk. Ugh.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Seattle though.
Yeah, let's do
'cause
it.
they are up next.
Yep.
Seattle had that first pick with Devin Witherspoon, correct? So they covered that corner need, if you will. They really still need help on the interior. That defense still needs really help. They could go wide receiver here. They really could, especially because none have been taken so far. It would be a good value. I originally had Seattle taking Miles Clemson, defensive end there. I had him easily as the best pass rusher left. With Nolan Smith still left, that would also be an outstanding pick. But other than that's really where I'm at with them.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be, and with Cansey now gone, there's not really. Now you could go Brian Brzee, but that he doesn't seem to fit that Pete Carroll mindset to me. So I would expect to see a pass rush here from Seattle. So I'm looking Miles Murphy. I'm Smith. I have some other pass rushers later on. Clearly, I've been very off on where I'm grading all of my guys. So if you want me to throw a few more pass rushers at you really quick, you got Felix Nduke-Uzama from Kansas State, very good defensive end there. You have BJ Ojulari from LSU. He's a linebacker, but really good at pressuring the quarterback as well. If you're looking more just run stopper, Drew Sanders at linebacker, also excellent. Arkansas player there. So you do have some room here if you're Seattle. The run defense just needs fixed. Yeah. You need to get pressure and you need to fix the run defense. So without a defensive tackle, you're looking at a run linebacker who's really, really good at stopping the run, or you're looking at a pass rusher. So they could take another corner, I guess, but that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
That is one of the bigger surprises, though, for me. Is that
wrong?
Because you talked about it. There's been a run on offensive tackles, kind of a run on edge rushers, which is not really a surprise, but I just kind of thought we'd see the run on cornerbacks just given the depth. But I guess, you can't have a run on everything, right? Like at some point, some position has to kind of settle down. And you're right. We talked about it originally when Seattle was up at number 5. The offense is pretty good, right? They were number 9 in scoring overall. They signed Geno Smith, who out of nowhere, most improved player, became a Pro Bowler, signed him to a 3-year, $75 million contract. He led the NFL in completion percentage last year, just had a tremendous year, like one of the coolest kind of comeback stories, if you will, because prior to that, he had more interceptions than touchdowns with the Jets. That probably says more about New York as a franchise than it does as him as a quarterback. We'll maybe see what happens with Aaron Rodgers when he's there, if he falls into that same kind of pit of despair that has been the New York Jets offense the last few years. Seattle is preparing for their pick. They've got kind of a little ceremony going on right there, but I agree, Johnny. My original pick was Lucas Van Ness, who again is no longer on the board. So you do have some points potential with Miles Murphy, but we're slowly running out of picks and slowly running out of point opportunities. Literally, if you didn't join us at the beginning, we are doing this little bet where we made our mock drafts. We got a point.
Do we even say what we're getting?
Did I not say the bet? I don't know. Well, I'll get to that. So these points up here in the corners, you get 1 point if you select the right player on the right team. You get another point if you select the right player to the right pick. So we both got Bryce Young right away. We both got Will Anderson to the Texans, although it wasn't number 2, it was number 3. So that's why we each have 3 points. If you just joined us and we're wondering why is there 3 points right there, Jackson Smith-Njigba to the Seahawks. The first wide receiver is gone. We just talked about Geno Smith in that offense. Yeah, the defense needs fixed, but in a difficult division, Seattle's making a big push with this. This is a good pick for Seattle. That Geno, Jackson Smith-Njigba connection, that's nice. That's real nice.
I do like the pick.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that, selfishly, I'm happy he's not in the AFC. Which I was worried about. I was worried he'd either be in the AFC, Buffalo, or Kansas City as a Bengals fan. So I'm happy to see that. I like Seattle. It's a really good pick. You know, what is Geno Smith really good at as a quarterback? Quick, decisive, on point, timing, rhythm throws.
Yep.
Jackson could be good in a variety of spaces, but I think that is his absolute strength. He will be outstanding. And you're not asking him to be the number 1 guy right out of the bat either. I mean, you could argue he's going to start out as the number 3 wide receiver behind Tyler Lockett.
Yeah.
And so it's a great pick. I'm surprised it's offensive just because the need at defense. But I see this as Seattle kind of saying, hey, San Francisco's quarterback situation is completely... Yep. We think we can go take the division, and we think we're a contender in a weak NFC. We just need a little more firepower. So I actually really like the pick here for Seattle. I'm still concerned about the defensive line because that has not been addressed at all. But I that doesn't mean I dislike this pick.
Sure. I mean, I'm with you. And you mentioned it. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I'm not sure you'll find a better route runner in terms of this wide receiver class than JSN. Now, there was obviously some concern coming into this draft, didn't play really at all this year, had a hamstring injury that he suffered in game 1 against Notre Dame that kept him out eventually for the rest of the season, more or less. But, I mean, you just throw on the Rose Bowl tape, that's all you need to see, right? Against a Utah defense that was not bad, and Ohio State's top 2 wide receivers were gone. So, in theory, all eyes were on Jackson Smith-Njigba. And he said, I don't care. I'm going to go for 300 and break every Rose Bowl record that's ever been broken.
Right.
So,
and again, those 2 wide receivers also said the whole year, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, who, by the way, both destroyed the NFL last year in their rookie years.
Yeah.
Both said, who's the best out of the 3 of you? And both of them said Jackson was the best wide receiver out of the 3 of them. So that's got to be a little terrifying if you're in the NFC. So I'm really happy for him. That's a great spot to be in. Seattle knocked last year's draft out of the park. I really like the 2 guys that they got this year too. Yeah. I love them. Maybe they didn't fit the largest needs that the team had. But, man, I love the guys that they just got.
Yeah.
Between Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, and Tyler, you
love those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyler, you bring up a good point. He says the wide receivers will start falling off the board now. Yeah, maybe this is when we see, and now partially it's because of team need as we get later into the draft, but do we see kind of that run on wide receivers happen now? The Chargers, look, they need help on defense, but how Charger of them to go wide receiver here? Very Charger is the answer. A team that utterly collapsed into playoffs. I don't think we need too much of a reminder of that. It's one of those things where, primarily blame the defense. But if we're talking about the Chargers as a whole going into this season, at some point, Justin Herbert has to take a game like that by the reins and say, it doesn't matter what the defense is doing. If I have a 20-plus point lead, I should be able to score enough in the second half to get my team over the top. Even if it's scoring 30 to 40 points, it's not necessarily a fair expectation. But for the Chargers, that's been the difference between them actually succeeding with a lot of the weapons that they have and the complete and utter failures that they've experienced in the postseason or the games leading up to the postseason. So, interesting. Again, I'll say Nolan Smith. That would make a ton of sense here. An edge rusher to complement Bosa would also make a ton of sense. But gosh, it just feels like the Chargers are going to take a wide receiver.
Well, and so I actually still have my guy available. Cornerback out of South Carolina, you're in a division with Patrick Mahomes. You're
Yeah.
in this division where you go defense. Nolan Smith makes a ton of sense. I kept hearing Quentin Johnston to the Chargers, and maybe I'm a crazy person, but I kept struggling with, am I losing my mind? They have Mike Williams. They
Right.
have that exact wide receiver already on the roster, and they just paid him. So I'm struggling. I'm struggling with that. Aaron, they're bringing him up. They're putting him up on the screen, which reminds me, we haven't talked to Will Levis in a long time.
Yeah. Wow.
We have basically run out of teams to take Will Levis at this point that currently exist in the first round. The only team that I would think would there even be a fleeting thought is Minnesota. That's the only team that there would even be a fleeting thought to me. But I don't even think Minnesota pulls that. I think that's too early in the draft for them. Their defense was horrendous. It's too early for them to be taking that type of swing.
Yeah. By the way, real quick, I've got Deontay Banks at this point. You had Cam Smith from South Carolina. We both have cornerbacks. It's a huge need for the Chargers, but do they go wide receiver in typical Chargers fashion? We're about to find out.
And I already had Deontay Banks gone. So
yeah, right.
You could very well be right, Aaron. But I was going to say, do you think Will Levis gets drafted in the first round, or you think he's second tomorrow?
I think at this point he's a second-round pick, which is wild because you're right. It is Quentin Johnston. Oh, no. They did it, Chargers. The Chargers did it.
Chargers, you have that wide receiver already. He's
oh no.
Clearly, I should have listened to the sources, but you have that player.
We tried to warn you guys.
Already have him. You already have Mike Williams. I can't with the Chargers, man. They have so many good players every year that you look at their roster and you're like, they could win the Super Bowl. And then they do something stupid and puncture each other's lungs when they're not even on the field and everybody's hurt. And then they blow 20-point leads in the playoffs and the Chargers charger. And man, Justin Herbert deserves better.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. All that said, I love the heck out of Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
He needs to get better at his route running, but that dude can go up and get any ball thrown in his radius. So he's a great fit for Justin Herbert. So don't get that wrong. Like, if they don't have Mike Williams already, I would love this pick. But this makes no sense. You have Keenan Allen until, I think he's locked up at least until 2020. Mike Williams, you just signed last offseason to a big money contract. Now you're investing your first round pick into another wide receiver who also is not a different type of wide receiver. He's very similar. I don't get it. And maybe I misunderstand what the Chargers are trying to do here. I don't get it. Not only do I not get taking the wide receiver, I don't get taking him if you're the Chargers. If it was the Giants taking him, or heck, even the Jags with Trevor, I would have been like, cool, get it. I do not get this for the Chargers. I just don't. I don't. Chargers fans, let me hear it. You probably love the pick. He's a great player. He might be brilliant with Justin Herbert. It's not that I don't think he'll work. It just, man, you're investing a ton of resources into that wide receiver when you have a lot of other flaws on this team. Like, you can't stop the run. And you have Keenan Allen locked up for a long time. You have Mike Williams for a long time. And now you just receiver. That does not make any sense to me. I don't understand the strategy. Maybe you're just assuming Mike Williams will be hurt because he has been hurt a lot. But, I don't know. Aaron, Will Levis, real quick.
Yeah.
He's obviously not getting drafted by any. Do you think there's a chance anybody trades up for him? Get that fifth year.
The Rams. I think the Rams
potential.
I think the Rams could.
Interesting.
I don't know if they
Interesting.
will. The only reason I say that is I saw some mocks like they traded up to like 31, 32 to get Hendon Hooker. So it's a thing
interesting.
where if that was kind of the guy they were going after anyways, you don't have to trade up to the first round because he's going to
Yeah.
be there in the second. Now I need to look and see exactly what their second round picks look like.
Yeah. Struggle with the Rams is they just don't have much draft capital after what they've done over the years to
Yeah.
max out their roster.
Yeah, I'll let you speculate real quick. I'm trying to work some technical detail real fast, but
Oh, you're good.
I will say Michael in chat is saying, "Wow, watch the Saints pick Will Levis." Seems unlikely, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I would. Yeah. Listen, like, if you listen to the podcast, you realize that, I've hammered Will Levis a lot. And that was because he was being talked about up there with Bryce Young, up with CJ Stroud.
Correct.
Even Anthony Richardson. Well, this is purely football. Other than the whole coffee, mayonnaise and the coffee thing. That's
Yeah.
just, I feel like that's a serial killer trait. We all have that one weird, quirky thing. That's a wild one, though.
Yeah.
But Will couldn't beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State.
Yep.
And listen, there's lots of reasons and lots of things that cause players to transfer, and they're still excellent quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts transferred. Joe Burrow transferred. Like, there's a lot of really good quarterbacks in this league. Some of the best quarterbacks in this league who transferred. But he got beat out by Sean Clifford and couldn't get past him. Sean Clifford's in this draft, guy. We're not talking about it.
Right.
And then he went to Kentucky. And I understand he didn't have the greatest talent around him. But if he was awesome with that talent around him, he would have beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State. And it's the decision-making with Will Levis that really concerns me more. Yeah, he can throw the ball 80 yards. What does that have to do with anything on the football field? Nothing. Yeah, he's a cannon. He can throw that ball anywhere to any place on the field. But can he, when it matters, the correct place? Can he throw with touch? What I see out of Will all the time is it's a mortar shell coming at these players. Like there's no prayer that they're going to catch it. So, I've watched too much Kentucky football, which is crazy that I watch too much Kentucky football. Again, pray for me.
Surprised you lived to tell about it, to be honest with you.
Go back and watch how he played against the good defenses. Look at how he played against the average. Arkansas was not a good defense.
Yeah.
He had a chance to win that game 3 separate times. He fumbled twice, and it was from a lack of protecting the ball and poor decision making when he did have wide open receivers. I know he didn't have a great offensive line, but even when he had time, he made poor decisions. It's not that he can't be a quarterback in this league, but he needs to go to a place where he can sit behind a veteran starter for at least a year, learn, get some reps on the practice field, get into the offense, get refined in his mechanics. But I also just don't know if you can fix poor decision making. And that's not something that I have to say about the 3 quarterbacks I had ahead of him. And that's not even something I have to say about Jake Haener or Hendon Hooker, who I have graded just below him.
Yeah.
So you can fix even accuracy issues, you can fix poor mechanics. I really am usually concerned when I see a quarterback just have bad decision making and bad anticipation. I don't know if that can always be fixed.
All right, we have a pick for the Baltimore Ravens. I think Michael and David in chat are ahead of us. It sounds like the Baltimore Ravens. It's one of your worst fears, Johnny. Zay Flowers.
No.
Assuming that's official. Again, I'm watching on YouTube TV, so I'm behind. But
man, we're way behind.
Yeah, it's possible.
How did we get that far behind?
Maybe I buffered or something. I have no idea.
Behind? Jeez.
If this is the case,
Zay Flowers, that is a fantastic pick.
Yes.
Which means I hate it.
Zay Flowers is probably, again, if you're a college football sicko like John or I, It is Zay Flowers, yeah.
So good.
This is an excellent pick. Boston
Oh, so
College
good.
was just atrocious last year. Yet Zay Flowers pumped out another 1,000-yard receiving season. He is tremendous. So good. This man's going to do some damage in the NFL. Lamar has a legitimate, significant weapon in Zay Flowers. This guy is just a baller. This guy can do everything. He's going to be, whatever team Zay Flowers went to, he was going to make them infinitely better. And now the Ravens, with a lot of momentum, with Lamar there, if he can stay healthy, whoo boy, Johnny, you're good luck.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you added Odell in the
Right.
like Lamar got everything. You got Zay Flowers first round. They paid Odell more than probably any other team would to get him. Like Lamar got his contract done, highest paid ever. There's no excuse for Lamar this year.
Right.
There's none. And I do want to focus on Zay though. This man was lost up in the Northeast.
Yeah.
You know, Boston College was awful this year. This guy could have transferred to just about any school in the country and probably gotten a nice NIL paycheck. He decided to stay at Boston College. This guy cares. This guy's a great player. He's popped off the screen since his freshman year at Boston College against really good teams, like giving them more than they wanted. If you watched any games for Boston College, Zay just, I mean, man, he popped off that screen. Some of these are so easy to grade because they're just that special. They're that good. I think he's absolutely fantastic. I think Ravens fans should be really, really happy with this pick.
Yeah, no question. All right, we are transitioning from the Baltimore Ravens to another purple-colored team, and that is the Minnesota Vikings. We are joined by a good friend, Andrew, who is on repping the Vikings gear. Andrew, pick number 23. Well, what do you like to see Minnesota do here? It's been a wild draft, but still a lot of really good talent on the board, a lot of cornerbacks, which is a big need for that Vikings secondary.
Yeah, so I'm definitely team cornerback here. We only have one probably starting worthy cornerback, and that's going to be a problem going into next year. We let Patrick Peterson go, who was really our only consistent corner last year, and even our promising young player Duke Shelley left. So there's a lot of great players still on the board at the cornerback position. I think Deontay Banks is still out there. Jerry Ford Jr. is still out there. Those would be logical picks. We need to go cornerback early because I don't think we have a second-round pick. We only have 5 picks in this year's draft.
Correct.
So we're going to need to go corner to get some starters unless we're going to hit the free agent market. So that's what I'd like to see. I think that's the position of greatest need. However, with Adam Thielen leaving in the offseason, longtime Viking player, real fan favorite over here, we don't know if KJ Osborne can step into that number 2 role yet. He's showed some promise. But how important is wide receiver 2 when you have TJ Hawkinson and Justin Jefferson? If Justin Jefferson's going to be pushing 2,000 yards and TJ Hawkinson's going to be hitting 1,000 if he keeps up what he was doing last year, how much is left for a wide receiver 2? So I've heard a lot of rumors that the Vikings were interested in trading up to get a quarterback, and Will Levis is sitting there. And at least according to ESPN, he's showing his best available. However, Kirk Cousins gets a lot of flack both from inside and outside the community. However, he was the most clutch quarterback in the NFL.
He was
last year during the regular season, most game-winning drives ever. So I'm actually a fan of Cousins. I don't think quarterback's a position of need this year, and it's just a matter of what we're going to do next year. So if we think Will Levis is the quarterback of the future, if we think we can correct some turnover issues, he's got the arm, he's got the talent. It's just a matter of can we coach him up. So I really think if we're going to go wide receiver, I really like Jordan Addison. I think he could be a really great fit as like a slot receiver in that Vikings offense with JJ on the outside. That would be a pretty nice fit as well. But my favorite corner's already gone at pick 16. The Redskins got him, so that was the guy I liked the most. So he went a little earlier, I think, than most were expecting.
Yeah, definitely. I still think the draft has fallen pretty well for the Vikings when it comes to corners being available. I mean, so like you said, you still have Joey Porter Jr., you still have Deontay Banks. I really like Cam Smith out of well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think you have 3 great options. Like you mentioned, Jordan Addison's a great fit in that Vikings offense, but the way that defense played at times last year, I would recommend going defense, but I feel like I've been screaming defense all night, and teams are like, "No, I'm good. Give me another weapon." So I wouldn't be surprised by just about anything at this point tonight. But I agree with you. I'd love to see them go corner. You're not going to win as many shootouts as they were in last year, or as many close games, especially with the defense playing the way they did. I mean, how many? What was it? 11 one-score games that the Vikings won this last year?
It was insane. I think we got outscored by our opponents, and our record was 13-4.
That's crazy.
All the metrics tell you luck was against us, but I think it was really a cohesive team last year. I think Kevin O'Connell really came in and changed the culture, coming from the Mike Zimmer era, which lasted a little bit too long, in my opinion. So I think that was really big for the Vikings to change the culture, and that was important and to their team chemistry. They relied on each other. They trusted each other in those moments when it mattered the most. So I think that was huge. I think Brian Flores is a big add for the defense.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We lost a lot of defensive talent in the offseason. If you look at our defensive line, okay, we let Dalvin Tomlinson sign with another team. Zadarius Smith, I think, is still a free agent. So those are two of our three best defensive linemen. We lost our best linebacker, Eric Kendricks, our best corner, Patrick Peterson. So it's just nonstop change on the defense. And Brian Flores, though, has a great reputation. So I think that was a really great hire for the Vikings. So even though our defensive talent will be worse than last year, I think by just the way he coaches, his aggressive style and his scheme, it's going to force some turnovers, which is going to create some more opportunities for that offense to move down the field, which they did pretty easily last year.
Yeah, it's tough when like you have that many losses on a defense that was already 30th ranked in the NFL. So not a ton of room to go the wrong way, I guess, which maybe that's a positive. And as a Lions fan, I have to say, you're right about TJ Hawkinson. I believe he had the benefit of being the team's tight end receiving leader on both of our teams. He led the Lions despite playing like 7 games there before we sent him off to Minnesota. So good for him, I guess. I don't know if that speaks better of him or more poorly of my Lions, but whichever the case, yeah, interesting. But I'm with you on the defense. That especially considering what we've seen so far, that'd be my leaning as well. My Minnesota Vikings had a primary influence on handing Daniel Jones as much money as he got this offseason. In that postseason, I know that
might be a long-term play, Aaron. That might be a really smart long-term play.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious before this pick's almost in, but as someone who roots for a team in the division, what's the feeling of Aaron Rodgers not being there anymore? Is that a good feeling?
It is. The Vikings struggle to win in Green Bay every year. Although recently, the last few years, we've done decently well in Minnesota. But obviously, when you have a clutch quarterback, a quarterback that's going to the NFL Hall of Fame when it's all said and done, in the division, who's just been dominant. Honestly, Green Bay wins most years. I'm not sad to see him go. I think Aaron Rodgers is easy to dislike with his personality, I'll say. So I don't think anybody's going to miss him, and whether it be Lions fans, Vikings fans, or Bears fans. I think he treated us all pretty poorly.
Yeah, I think he wore out his welcome pretty early on in his career and didn't do much to repair that reputation either. So yeah, the Vikings pick is in. It looks like we're getting pretty close.
I'll throw out one wild card here.
Yeah.
I mean, Nolan Smith still has not been taken.
Yeah,
is he best value?
And he's easily the best value. And so while the secondary might be the biggest, you can never have too many pass rushers, and that's still a need for Minnesota. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I would be very happy to take Nolan Smith here too, Andy. So I think there's a lot of great options, but maybe they take a note from Seattle and say, let's get another weapon. We think the NFC is there to be taken.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be upset with Nolan Smith. I think Daniil Hunter's like holding out right now. So
the pick's in. Not to interrupt, but you did get another weapon, and it's Jordan Addison from USC.
There we go.
There we go. We're just gonna light him up. It's gonna be a shootout in the NFC North. I mean, how fun were the Bears last year and the Lions towards the end of the season, just like putting up points, Vikings putting up points, Packers actually kind of struggling to put up points, which was weird. This will be a fun division. A lot of high-scoring games, I think.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
Lions
no question.
wanted Jahmyr Gibbs. They needed defense help, and give wide receiver. Heck, everybody's just throwing caution to the wind. So I mean, it'll be fun. That NFC North is going to be wild this year. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm just a Bengals fan.
It's wide open. The records may not have been super close, especially when the Bears struggled as bad as they did. But I think this year, the Vikings over/under is 8.5 wins. So really, I feel like this is maybe a 9-7 team. It's tough to play the first place teams in other divisions. So at 9-7, I think they're very gettable for any team in the division. Who knows what Jordan Love's going to do? But I think Jared Goff and the Lions are on the up and up. Justin Fields was really turning it on at the end of the last year. At least he was on my fantasy team. So
right,
it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, this was really, I think, the best fit from a wide receiver perspective. Of course, as an Ohio State fan as well, and just as a fan of great talent, Jackson Smith and Jigba was definitely the cream of the crop in the class, at least in terms of what I saw when he was at OSU. But in terms of the next best wide receiver and the best fit for the Vikings offense, I think Jordan Addison is one of those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Jefferson, he wins with his great route running. I mean, that's really one of his best traits, and that's kind of similar to Jordan Addison to me. He just gets separation. When you get separation, you're open. When you get open, good things happen.
Yeah,
completely agree.
Apparently, we're just ignoring all defense, and we're just Lions, Vikings, first one to 100. It'll be awesome.
At least you're all on the same page.
Yeah, for sure. Austin brings up a good point in chat. NFC North turning into the Pac-12. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. So, well, Andrew, thanks for jumping on with us. This is where Johnny will say best of luck to your team this season, because I really can't with the Donna's spirit.
Best of luck. I like Minnesota. Minnesota's
I dislike you less than Chicago and Green Bay. So we've got that going for us. I don't feel like there's as much hatred as there is towards the other teams in the division.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's not as much bad blood or fighting on the field. It doesn't normally come to fisticuffs.
That's true.
Like some of the Packers games.
That's a good point. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for being here. Really enjoyed your perspective as a Minnesota fan, and that's a good pick. Jordan Addison is a baller, man. That's good.
All right. Have a great night. Thanks for doing this, guys. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy.
All right. And if we can get it working here, 1 second.
I have a few players still left that I could get right here in this section. Technically, I could still get them right. But with Nolan Smith still on the board, I doubt I'll get all of these right, because, man, everybody couldn't stop talking about Nolan Smith coming into the draft. And so for him to still be available, because this is actually about where I had him starting. And I was like, well, man, everybody keeps talking about him so much. He must be climbing that board.
Yeah. Am I crazy here? Or did New York move up a spot? By the way, we're jumping on with Steven, who's joining us. If we can get the technology working here.
It's definitely my fault of the technology.
No, it's all good. We can hear you.
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah. Well, anyways, while we're trying to figure out the technology sides, I believe the Giants moved up to 24. They were originally 25. Yeah. So they traded with moved up with Jacksonville, it looks like. Johnny, what does that mean to you if New York is moving up here late in the first?
Well, originally I had New York taking Quentin Johnston. It feels like, honestly, most of the wide receivers at this point, most likely going in the first round, are gone. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, Jalen Hyatt was always a line guy for me that would potentially fit New York. He's a burner on the outside. New York has some slot receivers, but they really need help at the wide receiver position in general. Jalen Hyatt's the last wide receiver that I really have graded this high. The only other guy that we're talking about is Josh Downs, North Carolina.
Sure.
Wide receiver is a huge need for them. But with these trades, I'm always thinking kind of like Philly and Chicago. Okay, you traded up one spot. Who do you think Jacksonville was going to take instead of you? I had Jacksonville in this spot taking Osiris from Florida. He's a guard. They need some help at the O-line position. New York could use some help, but that's just not where I would see them going. Potentially, they're going for a tight end. We haven't seen a tight end go or Nolan Smith even. Maybe they're like, crap, Nolan Smith's still on the board. Let's go.
I can't believe it.
Get him. Best guy available. And what are you probably giving up? Like a 5th round pick? Go get your guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little surprised the tight ends are still here. I know it's not necessarily a pick that you always take or a position, I guess, that you would always take in the first round. Here's the details. Yeah, it is. It is a
5th and 7th.
5th and 7th. So
not bad for the Jags.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, good for them. Good for them, I guess. They seems like they've got a guy they want. I mean, again, you're not just throwing away a 5th or 7th pick for that. Anyways, Steve, we're trying to bring you in. I don't know if I think the technology is being a bit of a challenge tonight. Apparently, it wants to go to bed at this late hour. But thanks for jumping on with us. Can you still hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, hear you great.
Yeah. Well, we'll just
my camera is on.
Okay.
On my end, so,
for whatever reason, the Discord's deciding that it has no interest in keeping your camera from freezing, but we can hear you. So on the stream end, we'll just keep you audio only. But thanks for jumping on. We'll talk to you about the Baltimore Ravens. I know they just drafted not that long ago. Kind of a question if they were going to go defense, cornerback seemed like a big need, especially considering some of the weapons that you see in the AFC North. I mean, think, George Pickens from Pittsburgh, obviously the plethora of options that Joe Burrow has to choose from in Cincinnati. But curious your pick on what Baltimore did just a couple picks ago. And also the, kind of big news that you have the highest paid player in the NFL now.
Yeah, quite a 7-hour period of time here for Baltimore. I've got to be honest, I'm so happy that I don't have to hear anything else about Lamar Jackson's contract negotiations, hopefully, well, at least for 5 years. But yeah, so highest paid quarterback ever, at least for now. Herbert's coming, Burrow's coming, Lawrence is coming over the next couple of years. And as you guys know, those guys will probably just get paid even more. So I think the Philadelphia deal early this week with Hurts, really helped some things. I think Eric DeCosta should probably send Howie Roseman a gift basket here. Did all the work for Hurts' deal, and then we just increased it by $5 million. So yeah, no, great. Great to have Lamar back, and obviously consistency, health, all those things are in question. But we know that when he starts, he wins 76% of his games, and so I think the majority of NFL franchises would take that. Zay Flowers, disappointed. I was hoping Smith and Jigba would be there. Seattle got him a couple picks before Baltimore. But really for me, and, I'm sure there's, all kinds of power rankings for the receiver position, but Addison, Flowers, Johnson, they were kind of all right there for me, similar tiers. So, but thought they'd go Porter Jr., thought they'd go Banks with Marcus Peters not re-signing. He'll probably take his talents elsewhere. So I thought we had a need at corner, and knowing Baltimore, it's defense first, and historically speaking, we do not hit on receivers in the first round. So that's the first thing I'm thinking through. I see Zay Flowers. I'm just thinking to myself, well, it's Rashad Perriman, it's Rashad Bateman's health, it's all kinds of different stuff that we've tried here over the last 5 or 6 years. So, a lot to think through, but really the Lamar news is more important than pick number 22 today. So nice to get it.
And it's a good day. I mean, it's been a good offseason for, despite all the noise, he got everything. Receiver in the first round, and he's the highest paid player in the league. It's not too bad of an off season for Lamar. And I understand the pessimism with wide receivers, but as a college football junkie, I absolutely love Boston College. So assuming his health, which is always a thing, I love him as a player.
Yeah. You have probably watched more Zay Flowers tape than I have. Boston College doesn't really attract my eyes on Saturdays. So
fair enough.
It shouldn't, Clemson, to be honest.
Unless they have a game against Notre Dame on a Saturday night on NBC.
Right.
But I'm not watching a lot of them. So yeah, I mean, good things certainly. But like I said, if they had taken Quentin Johnson, if they had taken Jordan Addison, I'd probably be thinking the same things. Obviously, different strengths.
Yeah.
But good to. Odell, be interesting to see what his health and what he provides here for this year. Pretty expensive, $15 million, $18 million.
Yes.
Some incentives. The price tag was a little much, to be honest with you, but I'm sure Lamar wanted some help, and he's going to get some help with the revamped receiver. Bateman's coming back. Duvernay will come back. Duvernay, I like Devin Duvernay. He's just not a number one option like he was, later in the year last year. Punt returner, kick returner, a guy, third or fourth option. That's a good receiver there. So yeah, I mean, revamp receiver room with Bateman back and Odell, and obviously the addition of Zay Flowers. That'll be a good get for Baltimore. So.
Yeah, Zay Flowers is. I'm in agreement with you. I think Jackson Smith-Njigba was probably the clear wide receiver one, but I keep telling people Zay Flowers is, oh my goodness, he's going to kill it. Real quick, on the NFL draft side, the Giants selected Deonte Banks. They moved up a spot, and now the Buffalo Bills are primed to pick at 25. They've moved up a couple spots. Johnny, does that mean they're going after a wide receiver?
Trading twice.
Right. Makes me think that the Bills are kind of looking at the wide receivers that have come off the board very recently and are thinking, maybe we need one of those. I don't know. Or
I actually think they might be going up for Brian Branch. Alabama safety.
Sure.
Their secondary is going to need revamped here.
Could they go tight
end?
They
could.
Yeah.
They could. They have Knox, who's a decent tight end. He's an average starting tight end. They definitely upgrade the position with Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid. No tight end yet has gone, which I'm surprised nobody's swung for one.
Yeah.
As a Bengals fan, I'm okay with that. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they were looking, they're getting older in the back end and looking at a Brian Branch, who's, team captain, leader at Alabama. He's the only safety, I think, who's first round worthy.
Yep.
You could still be going corner. Cam Smith out of South Carolina is still there. There's still some great pass rushers of Buffalo, but you can never have too many pass rushers. So you have Miles Murphy still available there. Somehow Nolan Smith's still on the board.
I can't believe it.
So I can't understand that. There's a variety of places they could be going. I'm curious what Jacksonville got out of this, because that's 2 trades now for them to just be shuffling their position. So they're just adding a couple more draft picks. And if they're looking at getting O'Cyrus Torrence with respect from Florida, they're probably thinking nobody else is taking a guard in the first round. We can probably keep sliding down as much as we get some more assets.
Yeah. I think we're about to maybe get details on what the Bills had to give up to move up 2 spots again with Jacksonville, it appears. We'll stay tuned for that. But Stephen, real quick, before we let you go, curious your thoughts on if you had to project the Baltimore Ravens in 2023, record-wise, what they do in the postseason. Right now, given the recent news of Lamar staying put, the addition of OBJ, now the selection of Zay Flowers, what would be your projection?
Yeah, great question. I think they'll be a playoff team. I think week 16, 17, 18, I think they'll be right there to win the AFC North again. Interesting. I think Pittsburgh will be improved. Another year with Kenny Pickett. They're just always around.
Yeah.
I would say Baltimore, I think they'll win, 11. I think they'll be in the playoffs. I think Cincinnati is probably a better team. I'd probably pick them to win the division, but Baltimore in that division. I mean, Baltimore. Truth be told, I know I've got a Bengals fan on here, but I think if you were honest, the quarterback sneak from the 2 on how we outplayed Cincinnati that time.
Oh yeah,
I think Johnny could do that. We were the better team that.
Absolutely, you were.
They won't deserve. So Baltimore's tough. They're going to play good defense. Lamar back running the football with some receivers. They can win the division. They can win a couple playoff games. Here's the deal with Lamar, guys. There's 8 or 9 quarterbacks you can win a Super Bowl with. He has not won one or gotten to a conference championship game. But I'm confident tonight that I have one of the 9 or 10 quarterbacks you can win a Super Bowl with, and that's nice to be. So that's kind of how I'll end up with a playoff team and can win a couple playoff games here.
Hey, I wish I could disagree. I really can't. So, I agree with you. It's all about health. If he's healthy, then you're absolutely correct. Baltimore and Lamar are plenty good enough to win that title. And there's the tight end.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Stephen, thanks for jumping on with us. Appreciate it. Thanks for working through all the technical challenges, but always good to have you on, get your perspective from a Baltimore Yeah, as a Baltimore fan, and again, because Johnny can't say it, best of luck to you guys, the Ravens, this year as you get that elusive spot in the playoffs that you guys have been missing for a couple years now.
All right, Dalton Kincaid ahead of Michael Mayer. So that's actually what I had projected. I'm not absolutely shocked that he went ahead of him. I think that was a good call by Steven. Just Buffalo moving up to get clearly they liked him as their tight end ahead of Michael Mayer.
Yep.
Because I think if they saw them as they put, they are both excellent tight ends. It's really what you are looking for as a franchise. Dalton Kincaid is a brilliant pass catcher at tight end. He's an enormous threat. And this is really an arms race type of thing. This is, hey, the secondary really needs fixed up, and some of those players are aging or getting too expensive. You've paid Josh Allen now, so you're going to have to get cheap, younger at that back end. So I've struck out a lot thinking teams were going to draft replacements in the first round. Clearly they're not. They're looking at getting more weapons to try to outscore Patrick Mahomes, to try to outscore Joe Burrow. You know, this Bills team, they're at home and they struggled on offense to score on the Bengals. And so this is one more weapon for the Bengals to have to deal with, for the Chiefs to have to deal with, and all those other, you know, rivals in the AFC. He's an outstanding player. Josh Allen's got to be really, really happy right now to have one more guy to throw the ball at, and a new security blanket, if you will. You know, they've struggled at having good running backs at Buffalo, and it's not for lack of trying. So maybe they thought, hey, let's swing for a tight end here for a security blanket instead of a running back. And I can't disagree with the pick. I think it's still a really, really smart, good pick that fits Buffalo.
Yeah. If you want to know more about Dalton Kincaid, turn on the tape of their regular season matchup against USC this year. This man was banged up, was injured, yet Utah drove the ball down the field in this epic comeback to him. He caught every pass, took a bunch of hits, figured out a way to get up off the grass, and put together an incredible performance, was in tears following their win. By the way, thank you, Utah. It might actually been the Pac-12 champion. No, I think it was the regular season.
No, that's the regular season game, Aaron.
Yeah. Anyways, Buckeye fan here. Thank you, Utah. Love you guys. But this is an excellent pick. And the interesting thing is we both had Dallas, who's on the clock right now, picking a tight end here. I had Dalton Kincaid going here. I thought that would be the spot where the first tight end goes. You had Michael Mayer, so you have a chance to get some points. If you were wondering what those numbers are on the top corner, those are the
I'd rather
points.
you be right, Aaron. I would rather you be right and Michael Mayer.
Right. Well, I've got Michael Mayer to the Bengals, so we'll see.
That's what I'm saying. I hope you're right. I hope you're.
By the way, Tyler, thanks for the info. He says Jacksonville got a 4th, 5th, and 7th just for 2 picks. That's pretty good by the Jaguars.
Nice job,
draft
guys.
maybe the same player they were going to draft where they were originally slotted at pick number 24. So,
and that's a good understanding of the draft. Guards just aren't going to get drafted high. So just add some additional assets. And now that's even firepower that you can turn around and use to trade in the 2nd round or in the 3rd round, just to move up a little further, you know, up a couple spots to go get guys that you really, really like in the 2nd. Obviously, you're hoping to still get, and the expectation is that you're still getting contributors and starters in the 2nd and 3rd round. So it's a great deal from Jacksonville, especially if they're looking at O'Cyrus Torrence. Couple guys to be looking at just when we're looking at kind of a big board, if you will. Obviously, Will Levis. Nolan Smith is still on the board, guys. Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. Brian Brzee, Clemson's defensive tackle. At this point, I'm probably seeing him as the 2nd round, but he's the best interior defensive lineman left. We got Cam Smith, still from South Carolina at corner. We got Miles Murphy, defensive end from Clemson, still available. Obviously, Michael Mayer. And then we get into kind of a good mix of a lot of players. But those are some guys to really be look out for, and some great value for those players this late in the draft. Brian Branch as well would be.
Yeah, Brian Branch would actually be, if I had to re-mock, maybe would be my pick right now. You can see Jerry Jones and his crew are very pumped up about whichever player they just selected. So
come on, Aaron, it's flashy.
it's always flashy with Dallas.
It's always flash. It's Dallas. Look at that. Look at the draft. I mean, come on.
I will say it's been
on the Death Star.
Yeah, right. It was pointed out earlier, but this is an awesome venue. Kansas City has really killed it. Again, I'm just kind of glancing down at a very small screen that's got just enough information for me to know when picks are made, but really good job by them. So good for Kansas City. Seems like it's a little unfair for them to be able to host that after winning a draft. It feels like that kind of thing should go to teams that are terrible, but is what it is.
No, it's a nice area. I've been to that area of Kansas.
Yeah.
Very cool.
By the way, I think I keep interrupting myself on these points. So again, we're giving ourselves points by what we get correct in our mock drafts, which if you've been following from the beginning,
you don't have to remind everyone, Aaron.
No, nothing. We got the first 2 picks kind of right, and that was it. The bet originally, because we've done a bet every year, was the reason I bring this up is because we only have a handful of picks left, and then this thing's wrapped up. The bet is that the loser has to take a tub of cookie dough ice cream. They had to extract the cookie dough and then make a cookie from the cookie dough.
Yep.
So that's the bet. I don't even know if that's possible, but the loser's going to have to try.
Defile cookie dough ice cream. Like, honestly, it's not even the eating that's going to hurt the most.
Right.
It's going to have to be like ripping it out of the ice cream and making a cookie. Like the action of doing that will hurt far more than the actually consuming.
Yeah.
Like, it will hurt my soul,
no doubt,
to do so. So yes, we're not hoping for that. I don't know what happens if we tie. I guess we have to get together.
Both have to do it
together.
Yeah.
Ugh.
If we do it, we'll probably try to stream it on our TikTok, because why would you endure that kind of punishment by yourself?
Brutal.
At least have it where you can have a few thousand people laugh at you. So
don't take Michael Mayer, I beg of you.
That's a name we haven't named tonight. Mozzie Smith from Michigan.
Really?
Okay, it begs the question, and maybe it's on Twitter, and obviously we're not super locked in on Twitter right now. Is there injury concerns with Nolan Smith?
No,
I don't understand.
Hey, I'll take Nolan Smith.
Yeah, right.
Give me him at 28. Sure. Why is Mozzie Smith
Yeah, Tyler, I'm shocked as well. That's
without
interesting.
a shirt.
Yeah, that was an interesting first choice.
Mozzie Smith was solid no matter what, round 2 guy for me. So this isn't the hugest shock in the world when you're talking 26.
Right.
Because now you're talking a bunch of borderline guys. I'm a little surprised he went ahead of Brian Brzee, but Brian Brezee's had a lot of issues since his freshman year. A lot of them well beyond his own control when it comes to just family health and his own random health, not even injuries on the field, other stuff going on that's been absolutely crazy. I think he's an absolute great talent, but because I think he will recover and get back to, especially his freshman year at Clemson, he was a game wrecker. So I'm a little surprised that he was taken. That's my fourth best defensive tackle going ahead of my third best defensive tackle. So again, not the biggest thing in the world. I am surprised that the Cowboys went at interior line though.
And Tyler brings up a good point too.
I'm proud of them.
Yeah, I am too. But they lose Dalton Schultz. You think that was almost as Tyler said, a shoe-in.
Exactly. It felt here's the replacement.
Yeah.
Because it made sense of your Dallas. You paid Dak. You couldn't afford to pay Dalton Schultz.
Right.
You couldn't. That's not how it works. But it's much like when Minnesota traded Stephon Diggs to Buffalo, and then they used the pick to draft Justin Jefferson. It just made as much sense in the world. You literally replace. It's basically the point when you don't want to pay someone. Then you go in the draft and you go get the guy who you think's the next version of him. So I really don't know exactly what Dallas is planning to do at tight end. Now, again, Dalton Kincaid's the only tight end that's gone at this point. Maybe that's the tight end that Dallas wanted.
That's true. That's a good point.
There's some great tight ends in this draft. behind Michael Mayer. You have Darnell Washington from Georgia. You have let me pull up my full list here. You have Luke. You have Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan. You have Tucker Kraft from South Dakota State. You have Sam Laporta from Iowa. You have Luke Musgrave from Oregon State. Like, there's going to be solid tight ends in round 2 and 3. So this is not like Dallas is not drafting a tight end. Sure. I almost guarantee you they will be getting a tight end at some point in this draft.
Yeah.
I can almost guarantee you the Bengals will get a tight end at some point in this draft. That doesn't mean that they're getting them right early in the draft either. Yeah. So I think we saw how good of a class this tight end group is and thought, man, people are going to take them higher than, and they really are valuing them. They normally do. Tight ends honestly normally just don't even get drafted in the first anyway.
Right.
So I think we're probably still overvaluing them, and they're even still a little higher than typical. So I'm a tad surprised at how long it's taken for these tight ends to go and only Dalton Kincaid so far. But hindsight, it's not the most shocking thing in the world.
Yeah. Well, Jacksonville is now officially on the clock after trading down twice. Reports are that they got
them a moment.
A fourth. Yeah, that's true. Don't speak too soon. Reportedly receiving a 4th, 5th, and 7th. I mean, imagine if you just traded down forever. Like, how many draft picks could you accumulate in 1 year? Seems like a challenge I need to do on Madden. We both have Osiris Torrance, offensive lineman from Florida. That was both of our mocks here. Obviously, the concept is not really that difficult to understand. Provide talent and provide, really, protection for Trevor Lawrence. Johnny, I honestly think of Jacksonville, or really I should say I honestly think of Carolina as being in a similar place to Jacksonville. Part 1, you had the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, Jacksonville we're talking about last year, Carolina this year. Number 2, you're in a bad division, which means that you can compete right away, although I'm not suggesting that I think we really saw Jacksonville doing what they did last season. But it's very similar to maybe you are 1 quarterback away or a couple of key pieces away from making a playoffs and actually doing a little bit of damage once you get in. So I think Carolina could fit that mold a little bit. Of course, Jacksonville is now here and a contender, and certainly would be expected to be, you would think, still the favorite in the AFC South because Tennessee's kind of trending in the wrong direction. It's another rebuild for the Colts. The Texans are going to Texan, even though I think pretty good start to their draft with the 2nd pick being CJ Stroud, the 3rd being Will Anderson. But all that being said, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where Jacksonville is also bringing back Calvin Ridley, if I'm not mistaken. That's happening this year, and already had some decent weapons. Obviously, Travis Etienne was healthy this year. That was a big deal to have him available. So we'll see what Jacksonville does here. It seems to me like offensive line's the way to go.
Anton Harrison is the only other option to me, but the interior is the biggest issue for Jackson.
Yeah.
That was their biggest issue as a team. They were big spenders at weapons. As you mentioned, they're going to also add Calvin Ridley to that this year. The best wide receivers are off the board. I know Jalen Hyatt's still there. Is that like the 4th woman to be sitting with Will Levis? Sorry. But they need to get an offensive tech. That should be their main focus. Now, obviously, your top guys are out, especially at the tackle positions. So, but Osiris Torrance, in my opinion, is the best guard available in this draft. I think that should be where
Anton Harrison. You mentioned it.
Okay, well, you went O-line. I respect that.
We're gonna give ourselves a half point for that. We need something.
I thought about just giving us the half a point for picking the right position. That would have given us a few more points. Jeez. Good for, again, really good pick though for Jacksonville. That's one of their biggest concerns. There were times where Trevor Lawrence was life this year, but you have Peterson now partnered up with Trevor Lawrence. I love that coach made it. Clearly, they made leaps and bounds this year, but they're not quite. They weren't quite ready to face Kansas City in that divisional round. This is a way to get there, get stronger in the trenches, be prepared to front a Kansas City, a Cincinnati, a Buffalo pass rush, give Trevor Lawrence the time to sit back there, stay healthy, and have time to dissect defenses from the pocket. So, which he obviously can do. So I love the pick for Jacksonville. I think it's a really, really solid pick, especially at this point in the draft. I thought Harrison would go early second round, but he's one of the best offensive linemen left so far at this point.
All right, Johnny. Well, we've waited 27 picks. It's now your moment to shine. Look, Nolan's again.
Nolan
Smith is there. I know that's like been the quote of the. I think last year the quote of the stream was like, "Well, it's a bridge quarterback situation." Because if you remember last year, we were talking about all these quarterbacks. This year that we kind of expected to be like this crazy quarterback class.
So fast.
Yeah, they clearly knew who they wanted. Now it may not be Nolan Smith. It may be Michael Mayer, who I have in my mock. So I'll take the win here. But that would also make a ton of sense for the Bengals, as Tyler and Michael in chat you guys are mentioning. With the New Orleans Saints shortly to follow, that would be a pick for them as well. But
I'll lose the bet to get Michael Mayer. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I can live with that.
Of course, some losses. Some losses, but some additions. Right, you lose Jesse Bates and Von Bell safeties, so secondary is a thing at some point for the Bengals, who have 7 picks in this year's draft. But Brian Branch makes a lot of sense. You also lost Hayden Hurst, Samaje Perine. This is a spot I thought actually Jahmyr Gibbs could go if he was still around. He's obviously not, because the Lions took him 15 picks ago. Well, I'm sure I'm going to yell about that more on Monday, so look forward to that, podcast listeners.
I think out of the two of us, we would have expected me to get Jahmyr Gibbs on my team.
Right.
Tonight, not you. At least higher probability.
Yes.
Yeah. I would don't be surprised if this is Brian Branch for Cincinnati. Again, would not hate that pick.
Yeah.
I would not. I'd be more than okay with that pick. Michael Mayer seems like the easy, obvious pick. Nolan Smith. You know, one of the things about the Bengals is everyone sees like Hendrickson and Hubbard. They're like, man, they're so good. They play a ton of snaps. They need more depth at pass rusher. Nolan Smith would be absolutely outstanding. I like BJ Ojulari during this whole process as well, but they re-signed Jermaine Pratt, so I'd be kind of surprised if they went linebacker here. I really can't see anybody else than I just mentioned, which means that it will be somehow.
Right.
I had Felix Nduke Uzama here, but I also didn't have Nolan Smith still available at this point. So
Miles Murphy from Clemson.
All right. I'm okay with that.
That's a good, I mean, again, that's probably another player you didn't think would be available at 28.
I'm okay. No. So I had Seattle at 20 taking Miles Murphy. I'm very pleased with that pick. It's not what I expected, but I'm very okay with that. We need help at pass rusher. Miles Murphy's an outstanding pass rusher. He's very productive at Clemson. I'm very happy with that. For some reason, Cincinnati really likes their Clemson players. They like getting Buckeyes and Clemson Tigers together on a football team, which usually works out pretty well as far as talent. I don't know how that goes for.
Right. All right. Well, there you go. There's the Cincinnati Bengals, 28. Their pick, Miles Murphy, defensive end Clemson. Again, reminder, we are.
Tyler, what do you think? Let me know, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm pleased with that. That's not what I expected, but I also thought Miles would. So I don't think that's really been in my mind. He's really good at run stop too. So, hey, they need depth there. So I'm very happy with that, with the pick overall. I'm pleased. I'm not over the moon. But I'm like pleased. I would like to hear what's wrong with Nolan Smith at this point, though, because now you just took another edge rusher over him. So I would like to know. So if you guys see something on Twitter, let me know.
Yeah, no, I think that's seems to be kind of a common thought. Well, the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. We have just 3 picks left in this first round, and we are joined by our good friend Michael Hess, who is on to discuss the New Orleans Saints and what they should do with pick number 29. Michael, what's up, my man?
What's good? How's it going?
Pretty good. So seems like there's a lot of options open to the Saints here. Some players, kind of like we were just talking with Johnny, a lot of players that maybe you didn't think would be on the board at this point.
I know, yeah.
I'm curious what you would like as a Saints fan. I know you've been hanging out in the chat with us all night, so I appreciate that. It's been a good time hanging out. But yeah, all over to you, man.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about tight ends. Everyone's saying we need a tight end. We've got Juwan Johnson, obviously Taysom Hill, and that guy from Dayton. I can't remember his name. Adam Troutman. He's been kind of a letdown. I was hopeful when we drafted him like 3 years ago, and he really hasn't done much. I think he had like 14 catches last year. So at this point, I thought for sure Kincaid and Mayer were going to be gone. I was hoping for Georgia's tight end just to throw some bodies around, be a blocker for us, and just be a physical mismatch against most people. Didn't really know how he'd turn out as a pass catcher, but now I guess Mayer. But and again, Nolan Smith, like you said, he's been the name this draft. I don't know what's going on. I really like our linebackers with Pete Werner and Demario Davis. So like I don't think that's what we need. But if he's playing on the line to rush, then that's something we do need. I honestly thought Mozzie Smith was going to be going to us this late. But yeah, we got some people. So I'm sure we'll go D-line, receiver, or tight end here most likely.
Yeah, I could see that. Still a few minutes left for New Orleans.
And we kept our pick. That's surprising.
Well,
and
right.
Mickey Loomis said today, as of now we have 8 picks. I'm like, oh, don't do this to me again, man. Come on.
Right. Well, just ignoring the draft for just 2 seconds. Curious what you think about new quarterback coming in, Derek Carr, kind of a new era. Obviously, trying to find the replacement for Drew Brees so far has been relatively unsuccessful. But do you feel like Derek Carr kind of will fill that void that the Saints have had for the last couple of years?
We've been kind of teetering on having just such a good defense to where we were basically a quarterback away from doing damage. Obviously, with Tom Brady in the division, it had been kind of hard. This year or last year was our year to do it. We kind of choked in both games against Tampa, which really hurt us. Blew a game against the Cardinals we probably should have won. Andy Dalton, there were like 3 picks that game, and it was like 2 back-to-back pick sixes or whatever it was. Yeah. For the most part, I was actually pleased with Andy Dalton's play. Don't really know why we were playing him over Jameis. I don't get Jameis being younger. Like, why don't you give him a shot, whatever. But clearly that experiment has sailed. He's still our backup. But Derek Carr, I am excited. I was teetering on the fence about whether we tank this year and don't get Carr and try to hop in the sweepstakes for Caleb Williams. Drew Brees said it himself. Caleb Williams is going to be a league-changing caliber player. I would have loved to see that, but if you can't guarantee it, I'm not mad about it. I know David's going to hate me for this, but Lamar Jackson and Derek Carr have won the same amount of playoff games, so getting him for that much less money, I'm not mad about it.
Well, Derek's been more available and healthy. I mean, that's honestly the biggest reason for that.
Yeah.
The Saints are too talented and too good on defense to not go for a big swing.
Okay, I
think. Oh, go ahead.
Twitter just informed me what we're doing, and this is another guy that I was thinking. So they are going D-line. They're going to go with Brian Bresee, which actually his name slipped my mind, but that doesn't surprise me. So
Johnny, I've got some excellent news.
Yeah, you just won.
Probably.
Oh, did you? That one right there?
Yeah, that was my mock. Exactly
I was
on it.
Say that's crazy. You guys haven't scored that many points, but honestly, with all the mock drafts I've seen, I feel like everyone's been missing this draft. It's just been a crazy one, and I knew it was gonna be crazy, but wow, the Texans going for 2 and 3 is crazy.
That was insane.
That's something I do in Madden. Like
the craziest thing is, I really haven't gotten that many picks that like the players weren't in my first round mock. They're just in the wrong order.
Right.
Like, I have what do I have? I have 6 guys who I had in the second round who have gone the first, which isn't like a crazy number, honestly. Everybody else is just in the wrong order. They're just in the wrong order. Like, it's absolutely absurd. I think he's a great value pick. I mean, he was outstanding. I already talked about Bresee earlier. Like, he was, Dabo Swinney said he was the best player on his team. And then, family health, and then he had some off-the-field health and on-the-field health issues. But I believe, is 5-star talent coming in. He did have that production early at Clemson. Yeah. I think New Orleans is a great fit, too, because he's not going to have a lot asked of him right out of the gate. Right. And he could definitely grow into a fantastic starter, and
And
New
we
Orleans
lost
has
a
to
few
find a way to get
D-linemen,
some
so-
cheaper. You have to
Yeah,
find a way to
exactly.
get cheaper on defense, man. Like eventually, you can't keep working your
Well, that's what we just
cap
let.
voodoo.
We just let Shy. I know it's crazy. We just let Shy Tuttle go. I can't remember if David Onyemata. I think David Onyemata went. I think Shy went to Atlanta and David went to the Panthers, if I recall right. So they're going to divisional rivals. So that it's going to be an interesting division this year. It's really up for anyone.
Oh yeah.
Off the gate, I feel like New Orleans is probably going to be the favorites, but also
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't put Atlanta out of it just because of the additions they've had. But also, it's going to take them a while to mesh, and also Desmond Ritter, it'll take him a while. So having Derek Carr and being the best quarterback in the division, that's interesting. But I mean, what do we got? We got Ritter, we've got not Stroud, we got Bryce Young,
Yep.
and we've got Baker Mayfield or
Yeah. Kyle
Trask.
Trask.
So you know, if I'm a betting man, I'm putting like over for Saints interceptions this year. Like, I mean, we got some prime candidates in our division. So it's gonna be a slugfest.
Yeah. Well, before we let you go, I from a lifelong, and by lifelong I mean the last 2 years, Jamal Williams fan. Just take good care of my boy. You guys got a
know.
great one there. I love
I don't
Jamal
know
Williams, man.
what's happening with Kamara. I don't know what all legal stuff wise. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, this was like Jahmyr Gibbs. I didn't think he would get to us because I thought he was gonna go to the Bengals, like
Yeah.
Johnny said. But I wouldn't have. Obviously, the comparisons to Kamara, I wouldn't have minded him on our team.
Right.
Just to be that next fill in the gap for them. But I still think there's a lot of decent running backs. I'm sure. I would think the Bengals would grab one of those because with Joe Mixon probably on his last year.
Yep.
I know he wants to stay there his whole career. He said, but like I don't know how that works. It's hard
Do
with
the
running
Bengals.
back, so.
Do the
Yeah.
Bengals want him there?
The Bengals
They're
want
so-
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for Tajay Spears.
Yes.
Second
Mhm.
in the. I'm hoping probably a third round. My man out of Tulane who
Yep.
ran crazy on those Trojans.
Yes.
I'm hoping for my Green Wave friend to make it deep into the
Yes, sir.
draft for the Bengals. So
Yeah. Love that angry green wave. Hey, you know what? Maybe it's all
Uh.
conspiracy. Maybe the Saints and Lions are like in on this thing where we actually drafted so that way we could trade Jamal Williams
Trade
again.
him back.
I'm hoping.
I just love. I mean, you just see him at his first
Oh, yeah.
press conference. He's wearing an Eevee, a Pokemon hat, and he's talking about crawfish and how he can't eat them, but their heads are looking at it. I'm like, this dude is just.
He's the best,
great.
man.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's great.
Yeah. Warrior for sure. Well, Michael, thanks
Yeah.
for joining us, man. I appreciate it. Best of luck to your Saints this year. I completely agree with you. That division is wide open.
Yeah,
I literally think any team but Tampa Bay could win it.
yeah,
I think I'm ruling
Yeah,
out Tampa Bay, but any other
for
team.
the first time where they're not favorites in a while. So
Yeah. Yeah.
they had their run. They were at the bottom, and then Tom Brady, and then they were up here, and they won a Super Bowl, and then they're back down there. So
Yeah.
they can stay down there for a while. It'd be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, they will.
Yeah, I mean, well, you can't pay all those guys. Eventually, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and so I don't know how that's gonna work, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, man, take care. Thanks for jumping on with us. Really appreciate
Yeah, no
you.
problem. You guys have a
you
good
sharing
one. It's
your
been a good show.
Saints perspective.
Good job.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Michael.
man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
2 picks to go, Aaron. 2 picks to go.
Yeah.
Another fun pick for the Eagles.
Yep. Wait, hang on. I transitioned to the wrong overlay. There we go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
2 picks for this first round. The Eagles back on the clock. And obviously ESPN is doing their thing, and now they're, forcing the camera into Will Levis's face.
Yeah, man, leave Will Levis
Yeah.
alone. If he was drinking his Mayo coffee, then. But come on, leave the man alone. Eagles, Aaron, they got Jalen Carter because of his off the field issues.
Yeah.
Do you get Nolan Smith because of health issues? You get his teammate, man.
I think you
Only
do.
Philly.
Why not?
Only Philly, man.
Well,
Why
and
not?
Philadelphia
Go
can
get
afford
him.
something like this, right?
Yes.
You basically have, for right now.
I know you don't.
Here's the deal with Philadelphia. I believe it is. Let me do the math real quick. It is 14 of their 22 starters last year were either drafted by the Eagles or were undrafted free agents by Philadelphia. So it not only does that mean that Philadelphia has drafted extremely well, it means that the majority of their players are under contract for a decent amount of time. And those that aren't, you sign to the biggest contract until Lamar Jackson today, in giving $250 million, or maybe it was $255 to Jalen Hurts. but it means that your foundation is really solid, right? Like, yes, we talked about Lane Johnson, his age. Like, yeah, it doesn't mean that there's no concerns, no holes, no area that you can improve. But it does mean that you could have taken a flyer, and by flyer, I mean a really good pick with Bijan at pick 10. Now, of course, the Falcons scooped him up before the Eagles could respond. But in my mind, it means the Eagles can do just about anything they want and add a talented player, and it's going to make them even better and even more dangerous.
Absolutely.
In an NFC that until it's proven otherwise, the Eagles run the NFC.
Oh, absolutely.
Until it's proven otherwise. They run the
and
NFC.
they might have had another brilliant player just fall into their lap.
Yep.
And Aaron, what you just said, it's because they've been disciplined in their job. Getting additional picks from like New Orleans when New Orleans wanted to go get Chris Olave last year. Like, and not just getting like a 5th round pick. I believe they got their 1st round pick for it.
Yeah.
So
By the way, Austin's making fun of us for saying Nolan Smith every pick, and that feels deserved.
But it should be. Oh man. Okay, Brian Branch is still be available here.
That's true.
He had
that'd be a big pick.
Which cleaned up a little bit of like our delayed. Joey Porter Jr. is still available right now. So, you did lose Aaron, who'd they lose? Who Detroit take from Philly at corner? This offseason. Help me out. It's late at night.
Yeah,
I'm losing it.
Trying to
Everybody.
I'm losing it too. Help us out, chat.
But so they do need to address position at some point in the draft. So you do still have Joey Porter Jr. You still have Cam Smith from South Carolina still available. I mean, with Dallas Goedert, I wouldn't expect a tight end like Michael Mayer. That does not seem like a fit. I guess you could go with. No, that's what I see, man. Keely Ring.
It feels like a stretch for him, though. I mean, there's a little bit of. It's like a boomer bust pick, which doesn't feel like it's necessary given some of the other talent that, at least based on our rankings and a lot of other rankings, there's players that you just mentioned that are ahead of him.
I mean, Jalen Hyatt is my next rated wide receiver. Do you think with a?
It's
big,
not unreasonable.
Speedy
I had
wide receiver.
Right. I have Hyatt going to Kansas City here next, but
sure.
No Juju Smith-Schuster in Kansas City anymore. He's off to a different place that I can't remember off the top of my head, but he's not there in Kansas City anymore.
With all the other wide receivers going, I wouldn't be surprised if Kansas City actually waits to take that wide receiver at this point.
Yeah. Also,
Unless
shout out
really
to
like
Donna
Jalen
Kelsey
Hyatt.
on this stage with Dude Perfect. That's a pretty cool gig. Yeah. I mean, I originally had Will McDonald here in this spot. You had Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. Both of those players are gone, but maybe it's worth, like the players that you're mentioning, it's worth pointing out that defense could be an area that they look for because that offense is pretty set, you would think, and only getting better considering the youth of some of their wide receivers. But
and there's not an offensive lineman for them to take.
Yeah,
because that's the one area on offense that I think they might take a running back. This seems a little early for me to take a running back or wide receiver for Philly that fits their needs. My expectation would probably be corner at Joey Porter Jr. or at Cam Smith. That'd be kind of funny for Joey Porter Jr. to play in Philly with his dad playing at Pittsburgh before. But I like Cam Smith as well. Corner makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, they did re-sign both James Bradbury and Darius Slay, but doesn't mean that you can't have more cornerback depth. It's like one of those positions that, whatever, not a big deal. It is Nolan Smith. He's finally off the board. Nolan Smith. I mean, you're right, though. Philadelphia just lucked into those two players.
Gosh. They're getting the highest talent. Partially just because they didn't have to do anything. They don't. I mean, they moved up they moved up one spot to get, Jalen Carter. They get the teammates. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's crazy that Phil. The rich get richer. The rich get richer. I mean, what an outstanding draft by Philly and Howie Roseman. Just so good.
Yeah. By the way, Austin, thanks for he said Juju's at the Patriots. Thank you for that for reminding me of that. Mike, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out with us like pretty much the whole night. Really appreciate it. I know there's a bunch of you guys still on here. I know we're about to go to bed because we're tired, but this has been an awesome first round of the draft, guys. And I want to thank you, all of you guys on YouTube, for watching it. Thanks for all the guests that we've had on tonight. This is, again, one of Johnny and I's favorite events every year. And it's amazing partly because you guys are hanging out with us and enjoying it in chat. And so want to say thank you so much for that. This has been, as far as, not that I try to look too much into numbers, but this has been our most successful stream we've ever done on the draft night. So thanks for making it, thanks for making it so special. It's been awesome. Johnny, thanks for carrying the load here, as my voice is a little sus with being sick this week, but yeah, it's been good. But all right, let's move on. Pick 31. There is no 32nd pick because Miami decided
The
to
Dolphins
cheat.
are cheaters.
So cool, good for them. But look, Kansas State, Kansas State, man, I'm tired. You guys can tell. I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Kansas City is in also kind of a scenario where they can almost do no wrong with this pick. Now, maybe not quite to the extent that Philadelphia can because of some of the losses that Kansas City had. Of course, losing Patrick Mahomes' personal protector in Orlando Brown Jr. That's a big deal. Of course, Johnny, you're well aware. He's at Cincinnati now. Mm-hmm. They also lost another offensive tackle. Juju Smith-Schuster is gone. Could mean that they're looking for a weapon. I've got Jalen Hyatt there. They also added offensive tackle in Jawan Taylor. So some moves made by Kansas City, but it feels like there's really no wrong move. I think the only wrong move would be maybe Michael Mayer, because that's just not a need with Travis Kelce there. But otherwise, it seems pretty wide open. But you also had Zay Flowers to Kansas City, so it sounded like we were kind of on the same wavelength there as far as adding another weapon. Yeah, you did. I mean, Juju wasn't all that for Kansas City, but at the same point, you're trying to add more weapons for Patrick Mahomes and how good and talented that offense has been. The defense has not been shabby either. And there's still some really good defensive value there. We keep talking about guys like Brian Branch. Again, that's a good division that Kansas City is in with a lot of weapons. Of course, the Chargers, for better or worse, added another weapon to their repertoire. Seattle, not Seattle, wrong division, but yeah, Seattle did as well. I don't know why I said Seattle there, but anyways, I guess the point is there's a lot of different ways the Kansas City Chiefs can go.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they're still going to be one of the biggest contenders, if not the favorite, in the AFC. Yet again, even though it's loaded and Buffalo's in the mix, Cincinnati's in the mix, Baltimore, all these teams.
And they got Aaron, and they got a lot. So maybe they load up a little bit.
Yeah.
Branch, Cam Smith, Joey Porter Jr. My thought might go to actually, do you go and try to start replacing guys like Frank Clark?
Sure.
Go to that the defensive line, actually. And guys that stick out to me there, we've lost a lot of our pass rushers already and our defensive tackles. The guys that we expected to be gone now really in those possessions are gone. Even the guys that we had rated at the top of the second round are gone, a lot of them. So if we're thinking of in that area, you could go to a guy like Felix Nduke-Uzomah, Kansas State defensive end. You could go to an Isaiah Foskey, Notre Dame defensive end as well. Two really, really solid players, very, very productive. Foskey, leader on the defense there, played a lot of football. Felix Nduke-Uzomah is kind of the opposite, raw, a lot of upside, really kind of fits that Kansas City mold a lot. And also Kansas State going to Kansas City would be a pretty easy slide. So I do have those little thoughts there that maybe they could go defensive line here. That wouldn't absolutely me. I would expect, it's defensive line. There's some corners available. Go wide receiver. It could be Josh Downs instead of Jalen Hyatt, depending on, how you're Jalen Hyatt is not. The only thing is, are you just trying to get the best wide receiver? Or are you trying to replace what you've lost?
Which is
a very different. Right. He's a very different wide receiver than Juju Smith-Schuster. So if you're trying to replace Juju Smith-Schuster, it's not Jalen Hyatt. If you're trying to get your next potential, yes.
And don't hear me saying Jalen Hyatt's just going to fit in seamlessly and then we're going to forget Tyreek Hill ever existed. That's not happening. But he is probably the biggest speed burner in this draft. Well, probably not probably. He is. I don't think there's any question about that. The stats and his 40 time also spelled that out.
Right. I think they were hoping McCole Hardman would kind of slide into that role last year. It just didn't. He couldn't really fully fit that role. Not that anyone was ever going to completely do so, but I think he let them down as production was going to go. So Michael Mayer doesn't really, and Darnell Walker, tight ends, do not fit the scheme of this offense. Would they potentially be the best value? Yeah, sure. But they got to fit the offense. And obviously Travis Kelce is still there. Even if he is on his back end of his prime, he's still there and does not. And again, those two don't fit really the offense, in my opinion. So I would expect them to load up on cornerback or go to that defensive line if they don't like Jalen Hyatt. But my assumption would be Jalen Hyatt here.
Yeah, mine would be as well. The Kansas City fans have waited a long time for this pick. Those that are at the event itself, the pick is in, pick number 31, the last pick of the first round. The defending Super Bowl title winning Kansas City Chiefs are about to deliver the final pick of the first round. Johnny, real quick, we won't go into it right now, but just for those that have hung out with us all night, again, I just want to say thank you. You've kind of heard this from the beginning, really, tonight. We've talked about all these players and where they fit, and there's a lot of talent still left on the board. But there's way more talent even than that we haven't even mentioned tonight because maybe they're projected 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round players. Well, going up on Instagram tomorrow will be kind of hidden gems. That's Johnny's list of players that have not even maybe been mentioned tonight, but still offer a ton of value and may offer even more value depending on which team drafts them. So an example might be Jake Haener is a quarterback that I absolutely love. I think if he goes to the right situation, he could thrive, be an insanely good quarterback. He's just a baller, gutsy performer, can zing the ball around just with the best of them. Played at Fresno State. If you're not familiar, he's an excellent quarterback. I've been on the Jake Haener train pretty much since the fall. I don't know, even like last year as a junior. Like this dude's just a baller. So, anyways, so that's going out tomorrow. So if you're following us on Instagram, that'll be there. So enjoy that as we won't be streaming with you, but we'll be following the draft just as closely in the next couple of nights and I guess Saturday afternoon. I think things kick off at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow from Kansas City. Rounds 2 and 3, rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. And of course, they're drawing out this pick as long as possible to get all the dancing Kansas City Chiefs fans in the frame before we wrap up this first round.
We all want to go to bed. We get it. You're in Central Time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what's going to happen when this is in like Los Angeles sometime? Well, I say that and it was Las Vegas last year.
No, that's terrible. That'll be
Austin. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. Have a good night yourself. Wow, they're really dragging this out. They're bringing out the Lombardi Trophy now. Yeah, dude, thanks for hanging out with us. Excited to see what your Bears do with their pick that they had tonight, getting that good protection needed for Justin Fields. Hopefully, it helps him not die.
Here's to hoping.
Yeah. All right, we are really drawing out this last pick.
The owner now gets to talk. Is he at least going to announce?
You would hope so.
I would
certainly hope so.
Jeez.
Tyler, thanks for jumping on with us tonight, man. Appreciate it as always. Have a good night.
Yeah, here we go. He's giving the pick.
Oh, it is Felix and Aduke Uzama.
Oh, my guy.
Nice. Kansas State defensive end.
I actually really like that. I like that.
It's a good pick.
I hate it. And again, Aaron, another guy that I had in the wrong.
Right.
I mean, that is the theme of this year's picks for me. Just not in the right order. Whew. Yeah. A brutal mock year. I was very concerned about that. I would tonight, so that's not revisionist history.
Yeah.
I felt easily the worst about this mock compared to the other 2 years that we've done this in the past. It was I felt like there were more smoke screens this past. A lot less obvious. You had to be able to look through some of those, and then some else, like, man, just did not see Atlanta coming with Bijan.
No.
Did not see Jahmyr Gibbs coming with Detroit. I mean, just some
Even Houston going
shockers.
2-3 is pretty shocking.
Oh, huge. And listen, Houston, love those picks.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go back and look and see what you gave up to do it, really be able to say, like, whether that's my favorite thing in the world. Like, because it's always about, like, what do you have to give up for those players?
Right.
When I give out draft grades and, be on the lookout for that, everybody, next week after the draft's over. It's not just about who you pick. It's about where you pick, about what you pick, especially in a trade situation. So, if I have to go back and look, but if you gave up a pick to go up and get Will Anderson, well, okay, like that's great. And I'm not talking about giving up the 12th. I'm saying,
right,
in addition to giving up the 12th, you gave up. That's a lot. That's a lot of ammunition to give up to go get Will Anderson, despite loving him. Could get another excellent pass rusher. Not quite as good, but another really good pass rusher just a little later on. So that's always what we're looking at and talking about when, but ultimately you get the right guy who cares? Go get the guy that you really, really like.
Right.
Aaron, not thrilled you are about Jahmyr Gibbs.
The player himself,
Fire next year.
I'm pretty excited about. Just didn't need to spend pick number 12 on him. But
I doubt it.
Yeah.
But we'll never know. We'll also never know that.
I feel like we know.
I think so too. But you'll never know for sure
that's
if
true.
there wasn't, like, they were reads that there were other teams that really wanted him, and they might have taken him too. So I think that's hard for me to see a running back get taken that high. That's not an all-around back.
Right.
And he really struggles in pass protection.
And that's kind of a big deal in the NFL.
Right.
It just is.
Which at least the Lions have a good O-line to where
they
it's
do.
not like the end of the world.
Right.
Jahmyr will not be in there on third down. David Montgomery will be in there.
Yeah,
on third
correct.
Down because he can't pass block. Like, he won't be in. So
there's a reality that DeAndre Swift has just not played enough to have any confidence that you can trust him to be that kind of player, because that's who he was supposed to be. And at times he showed flashes of brilliance, but not enough to the point where, just hurt all the time. Well, Johnny, I think we did it. 31 picks.
Did it, man.
I am happy to announce that the scoreboard right up here says 5 under my name and 3 under your name. So I'm going to enjoy watching you try to make a cookie out of cookie dough ice cream.
Oh, I deserve it this year. That was brutal. That was Aaron, I know you won. That had to be the lowest score either of us.
I didn't
had.
win. I just
Even
didn't lose as badly. There's a difference.
I think even in a losing effort, you've had more than 5 points the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
and we didn't even do points the same way. Like, we just did straight up.
No,
and
we
I
tried
had like
to
6 or
help
7
ourselves this year. And my goodness.
Yeah.
Real quick, just some best available coming in tomorrow. We got Brian Branch, Alabama safety.
Yep.
We got George Jr., Penn State corner. Got Cam Smith, South Carolina corner. I would not expect those 3 to last very long. You got Michael Mayer, Notre Dame tight end. Yeah. He's still available.
By the way, Pittsburgh, I think, has this first pick of the second round. That's interesting.
Yes.
That's a spot he could go.
I would actually look at Joey Porter.
Yes.
So I all these guys would not expect them to last long at all. Jalen Hyatt.
We both had Joey Porter Jr. being picked by Pittsburgh. So if that happens, do we get like a retractive point for both of us? Not that
especially
it matters,
since it's 32. I think
true.
So.
Okay.
But Darnell Washington, tight end, Georgia will still be available.
Yep.
Like being LSU linebacker, I expect him and Drew Sanders to be the top 2 linebackers to go. Cody Mock, North Dakota State, the Bison, might be the next offensive lineman to go, along with, depending if a team needs a guard or tackle in the second round. So be on the lookout for those guys. I don't expect any of them to last beyond the first really 10 to 15 picks into that second round. It's fun. This has definitely been a year that past pick like 10, there's not a big differentiator between pick 11 and pick like 40 this year. These players are it's a very razor thin margin, and that's what you've seen in the draft. Teams are picking their preference, and there's not been clear-cut best top 2 corners, best 3 pass rushers. It's really like, yeah, there's like one guy at the top, and then after that, it's dealer's choice. What's the flavor of the week? So been fun, man. That makes the draft even more fun. Some good trades. Really, really always enjoy doing that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for doing it, Johnny. Appreciate it. My last note is I'm just curious where Will Levis is going to go. I'm pretty surprised that he fell out of the first round. Just from in terms of what we thought we heard, like I literally had him mocked 4th to the Indianapolis Colts. So looking at this list, and again, some of this may have switched around with trades, but second round, I mentioned Pittsburgh getting the first pick of round 2, then Houston, then Arizona, then the Colts, then the Los Angeles Rams. That was the team I thought like could move into the first round for a quarterback. I think they saw pretty early on that they didn't have to, and I wonder if the Rams take Will Levis. Interesting. We'll see.
That'd be interesting. It'd be interesting, and let's not even talk a ton about draft order. What other teams might even be interested? A Tennessee could be interested,
and they're pretty soon in the second round as well. 41.
A Tennessee would be a team to look out for. And that's a team that's serious. A Tampa Bay, if he really slides, could be.
Yep.
I don't see a Commanders just because they've said Sam Howell's their guy that would kind of spit in that. So I think those are a few teams to just be kind of on the lookout. But also don't be surprised, guys, if he slides a little further than you think, and this goes deep into the second round. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Yeah. All right. Well, YouTube, thanks so much for joining us tonight. This has been a blast. Excited to wrap up our 3rd inaugural 2023 NFL Draft Show. We'll do it again next year for our 4th inaugural NFL Draft Show.
And you'll see my video of separating the cookie dough and baking that cookie, man.
Yep. All right. YouTube, we're out. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys around. We stream every Monday on this same channel, our podcast, which we do more dumb stuff like talk about food. So enjoy that. We'll see you guys.
Bye, everyone.